think it's time to start. First of all, I would like to welcome you in Bulgaria, in Varna, for the 52nd annual meeting of the FIAT IFTA. From this place, I would like to say big thank you to my friend, Atanas Argirov, who invited us to this lovely city. And for me, it's not the first time in Bulgaria because our friendship with Atanas was built a long time ago. But I remember that I was invited as a representative that time of the FIAT IFTA for the 20th anniversary of this organization of Union of Bulgarian Funeral Directors. And that time we start our, let's say, friendship. Today we can emphasize our friendship all together as a FIAT IFTA members. Thank you very much, Atanas, for everything what you did already. And don't be so stressed because everything is under control. He has a more gray hair. When I look at him 2 days ago, he was terrified. And also, I would like to welcome you, all of you, the national active members and associate members. You are the number of the members who are coming to each meeting right now is growing very fast. And I would like to say big thank you from the board of the FIAT IFTA that you are together with us. Because this organization, FIAT IFTA, is for you. And thanks to that, we build together a bigger platform for the exchange of knowledge about the funeral culture all over the world. And this year, 2023, it's also anniversary of the convention. There will be an anniversary of the convention of the sorry, I have to use that because I lost the sentence. Safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage. It's 20 years since the conventions was approved on the 17th of October 2023 by the 32nd session of General Conference of UNESCO. And also at the end, I would like to say a big thank you to all the sponsors. It's so many this year that I will not pronounce all the names, but thank you very much for that because all the things that we have, it's also thanks to you. I would like to officially open the conference of the FIAT IFTA in Varna. Let's start.
Okay, all the national members and active members, you have a document in front of you, which is with the agenda and some documents for the meeting. So looking at the agenda, we had the opening of our president, Mr. Marek, and now I would like to pay tribute to any deceased members of the association. We have not received any information, but I think that's from Hungary, Mr. Karoli. You had a member that passed away? Yeah, what's his name?
József Horvat. Yes.
József Horvat, okay. And any other members of the association that passed away in the last year? Okay, so I would like to invite everyone to stand and make a moment of silence. Thank you. Number 3 on our agenda is control of quorum. Just to let you know that unfortunately some of the members who were supposed to be here today because of flight changes, flight cancellations, unfortunately did not make it. And some of you actually had many problems with your flights as well, some with problems with the luggage. But I even heard of some members actually delaying a plane for some reason. I'm not going to mention who that was. So in terms of control of quorum, we have 42 national members in our association, and we have present here 21 national members, and also we have a few proxies. We have a proxy from Alpar to Mr. Johan Dexters from Belgium. We have a proxy from Australia to Mr. Gasnikos in Ireland. We have a proxy from Austria to Ulf. Is that right? Yeah, and from Sweden. And I have a proxy from Canada to Mr. Willem Wapner, USA. I have a proxy from China to Mr. Marek Chehevich from Poland. I have a proxy from Greece to Poland as well, to Mr. Chehevich. And we have a proxy from Norway to Mr. Ulf as well, so holding 2 proxies. And also from Portugal to Mr. Alessandro Bossi from Italy, okay? Also, we have today representing Japan, Mr. Tokiaki Ishii, okay? Thank you very much for being here. So representing Mr. immediate past president, Mr. Kitajima. And from Mongolia as well, representing Mr. Idema. I'm really sorry, I don't know exactly how to pronounce your name. But so very, very welcome representing Mrs. Idema from Mongolia. And so with all of this, confirm, Mr. President, that we have a quorum and we can go ahead with our ICD meeting. In terms of letters and applications received, we had received 3 applications for national membership. The votes then is going to be made afterwards. The application from Slovenia, application from Croatia and application from Romania as well. But then we're going to get to the point of the voting afterwards. Now, in terms of administration point 6 on our agenda, administration, just a few updates to you all. We had last year the registration of the Chamber of Commerce in the Netherlands has been completed, because before we had only 2 board members that were registered, and in terms of transparency, the boards obviously decide that it is important that more members of the board are registered with the Chamber of Commerce. That means that the entire board actually has responsibility for the organization. And it took a bit of time, but last year we have completed, I'm pleased to let you know that we have completed that. That is going to be done every 4 years. So the only board member that is not registered at the moment is Ms. Milena Cooper from Brazil. But then we're not going to be doing that every 2 years. Otherwise, that could potentially create problems with the Chamber of Commerce as well. And it's quite complicated to change that. So every 4 years, then any board members who have left then would be removed from the Chamber of Commerce, and the new members will be added. And I just want to thank Mr. Albert Isloimer, because he's been helping us quite a lot on that as well. Thank you, Albert. Okay. Also, last year, you may remember that you have received an email from me asking for VAT numbers. Okay. That was because our organization now is VAT registered, but then afterwards we had a meeting with a VAT specialist in the Netherlands, and we were told that in fact, we are not going to need to declare the VAT of all the members, because what we receive is not, we're not selling anything, but is actually a contribution from the members to the organization. So that is not VATable, so it's not considered as a VAT item for the government in the Netherlands, which is good because many of our members do not have a VAT number, and that would make things complicated. Maybe they would need to pay VAT because they didn't have that, but that's then not an issue. So we had quite a lot of work that we started doing, but then in the end it was not really necessary. Okay. In terms of updates, that's it then. Now, our number 7 of our agenda is finance, and then I would like to invite Mr. Argirov to say a few words. Mr. Argirov, on the finance.
Oh, the ICD have the headset?
Позицията, която заемам, изисква да осъществявам контрол на финансите.
Just a second. Fiat IFTA members, do you have your headsets for translation?
No.
Does anybody needs up there in the corner, maybe?
Превеждаемте.
Okay,
Which channel is that, Peter?
аз ще го преведа една страница.
Да, тя се превежда там.
А?
И ти си превежда.
Добре, добре. Let's everybody have their headsets, please. Let everybody have their headsets. Sorry. Do you want me to help you? Искаш ли да ти помогна? How many headsets do you need? How many Fiat IFTA members don't have?
Quite a few.
Quite a few. 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Sorry for the delay, but
That's fine.
let's do it.
You didn't do.
Okay, just a moment. Let's get everyone the headsets.
In the meantime, we can do this right now.
Okay. Okay, just realized that actually we skipped number 4 on our agenda, so we're going to go back a bit. Is the presentation and approve of the ICD, the minutes of the 51st ICD meeting in Budapest. So the ICD members have in front of you as well on a separate document the minutes from last year. So we're just going to go page by page, and if you have any comments on that, obviously these documents were sent over 40 days ago, so that everyone could have a look at it. I'm sure everyone read it thoroughly, so so page 1, page 2 and 3 were control quorum, page 4. Page 5, page 6.
Can't you read that quickly?
I would imagine that you have made some comments already, Albert, is that right? So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Any comments or changes for the minutes from last year?
We approve the minutes from the last meeting.
So all those approving the minutes, would you please raise your hands? Okay.
You have just to raise your hand.
Yeah. Anybody against? Any abstentions? Okay, we have the minutes then approved. Okay. And now we have the report of our president, Mr. Marek Cechevich.
Dear ICD members, friends and colleagues, as international president of FIAT IFTA, I would like to thank you to Mr. Argirov for the organization of the 52nd annual meeting of the FIAT IFTA in Varna. Thank you for the invitation in Bulgaria. I and board members of FIAT IFTA, I would like to congratulate our national member union of the funeral companies in Bulgaria of the 30th anniversary. We wish you another 30 years of success. I remember that one of your goals was to convince your government to implement new law in Bulgaria, funeral law, of course. I hope and I wish you to reach the success in this matter. Dear members, I would like to remind you that our federation was founded 53 years ago. All of you are members of the most important global funeral organization, which has representatives in almost 80 countries. During the last 12 months, we get new national members from Romania, Croatia, and Slovenia. We have also new active and associate members. The last 12 months was the time of hard work. The board members did a lot of efforts to represent our organization. Between 15 and 17 June, we had the 51st ICD meeting of the FIAT IFTA annual meeting in Budapest. It was hosted by the Hungarian Funeral Association OTEI, which was also hosted a conference of the Visegrad countries like Poland, Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Hungary, as well as an international funeral trade fair, Temexpo, which was a fantastic opportunity for the world funeral industry to get together and share the knowledge, experience, and the products. For the first time in 2 years, it was possible to meet face-to-face among international funeral industry entrepreneurs. The FIAT IFTA ICD annual meeting 2022 discussed all the major issues of the organization, including the budget, welcoming new members, including national members from Mexico and Cameroon, discussing marketing activities, including the development of Thanos magazine, the organization's website, and social media. During the last meeting, we choose also the third FIAT IFTA vice president, Mrs. Milena Cooper from Brazil. And from this place also, I would like to say a big thank you to Karoli. I don't know if Gergely is here, but Karoli Beloch and Gergely Novak from Hungary, they did a fantastic job in Budapest, and thank you very much once again for great conference. In July 2022, Mr. Emerson De Luca, Executive Secretary, and Mr. Johan Dexters, the second Vice President, were attending the 9th session of the General Assembly of the state parties to the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, organized by UNESCO in Paris. In September, me, Mr. Johan Dexters, and also Albert Slamert, the national representative of Holland, we visited together the trade fairs in Holland It's called VTU. Am I right? VTU. October 2022, I have been invited by PANASEV for the convention in Sevilla, where I was one of the speakers. That time, experts discussed many aspects of the funeral sector, including market structure, and their characteristic, including the share of crematoriums versus traditional burials, marketing systems, also the death level and a taboo regarding the death, training systems for the funeral professionals, digital future of the funeral services, as well as environmental and energy efficiency of funeral companies, current economic situation affecting the funeral sector. During this meeting, Mr. Juan Rodriguez introduced me the project, first generation of the International Academy for Funeral Homes Directors, which was created by Grupo Gayoso, the renovated funeral brand in America, and in part of the institutes together. They did it together with Instituto Tecnológico de Estudios Superiores de Monterrey, sorry, Tech University in Monterrey. That will be the easiest. Among other activities, there was 8 masterclasses, meeting with the professionals, experienced entrepreneurs who that time shared the knowledge with the audience. One of the speakers I was. Also in October, Mr. Emerson De Luca and William Wapner have been present in the US in the Baltimore at the 22nd NFDA International Convention and Expo. March 15, I gave a speech on the topic of the FIAT IFTA role of the global organization in the funeral industry during the first day of workshop season of the Funerex Africa, the trade expo for the professionals in South Africa. In March 2023, Mr. Kitajima was celebrating Kitajima's celebration for receiving the Order of the Rising Sun, gold and silver rice, was held at his hometown Sapporo, at the Park Hotel in Japan. And congratulations from this place to Mr. Kitajima. In April, I opened the Omega Funeral Forum conference in Poznań. I also joined to the debate together with Mr. Wojciech Labuda, who is the Prime Minister's representative responsible for the new law regulating the funeral industry. The 13th May, Mr. William Wapner, first Vice President of FIAT IFTA in Brookfield, Wisconsin. The meeting was attended by nearly 70 visionaries representing funeral homes owners, suppliers, educators, association leaders, allied professionals, and others. They participate in the strategy, workshops, and discussions on the current challenges affecting the funeral industry, such as economic, political, and energy crisis. The main goal of the meeting was find innovative solutions. On May 18, during the first meeting of women in the funeral sector in Brazil, Mrs. Milena Cooper, the third vice president, participated in the panel discussion on the topic, the impact of social networks on your business performance. Now, the Thanos magazine is also growing. I have to say big thank you to Kate Supa, because we have more and more people who read the magazine. Value of the articles is very high, and we have bigger profits from the advertisements. Moreover, I have to add that the last 2 issues of the Thanos magazine show that you as members of the FIAT IFTA are more active. We got a lot of articles from your side, and I'm really glad that you as members, you see the potential to promote your countries, not yourself, not your companies, but your countries, and to promote some cultural things connected to the funeral business. We are very happy and grateful also that our community in the social media is growing. It's giving us more opportunities to promote organization and our members. We started cooperation with IATA. Thanks to this cooperation, we got 30% discount for the compassionate transportation manual. And also, we will have, if I'm not wrong, Emerson, because I can remember, in September, we have the webinar organized by IATA. The year 23 marks the 20th anniversary of the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. All FIAT IFTA members and those with knowledge of intangible funeral heritage are invited to contribute to this unique publication and submit any cultural experiences within the funeral industry which you believe is important and worth sharing for the preservation. The report is a part of the commitment we have with our members, with UNESCO, to safeguard intangible funeral cultural heritage and helps our industry to share, learn, and hopefully safeguard funeral traditions and customs associated with death, funerals, and bereavement that still exist today around the world. Global education program. This is something which is a continuation of the exchange program. It is a unique opportunity for morticians to take a part in the training course organized by Sortem in cooperation with the FIAT IFTA and Altima, funeral services company. I hope this is a new chapter for our organization to promote trainings and courses which will help to develop skills our members. Priority for this course will be given, information about the course will be given today and for the next days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And just to say that if anyone wants to say anything and make any comments, please raise your hands. Kate, we will have a microphone. Kate, yes?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah. So Kate then can share the microphone for whoever wants to make any comments or any anything you want to say. Okay. I have my glasses on, so now I can follow the agenda properly. So now going to number 7 of the agenda, which is finance, and asking then Mr. Agrov for his presentation.
Позицията, която заемам, изисква да осъществявам контрол на финансите. Оперативната работа е в ръцете на секретаря и борда. Моето заключение е, че банката, счетоводната система и оперативната работа с финансите е много добра. Аз имам постоянен достъп до банковата сметка за контрол. Счетоводството се води от счетоводна компания по нидерландското законодателство. При всяка операция секретаря Емерсон ме уведомява с имейл. Мога да заявя категорично, че всичко е абсолютно прозрачно, съгласно законодателството и може да се контролира във всеки един момент. Благодаря.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agilov. Now we need to proceed to the review and approval of the accounts for 2022 and also the budget. So on your documents, you have the last documents on the folder that you have. It says there more MTH. And that's the beginning of the reports, the accounting reports, which was done by the accountants that we have in the Netherlands. So first of all, you find there the annual report for 2022. Then you have the contents, which is the engagement, the accountant completion report, and then all the details. So if you go on page 5 of the report, you have the assets. Page 6, equity and liabilities. Page 7 is the profits and loss accounts. On page 7, I just would like to draw your attention that so in 2021 we had a balance of income of 67, more or less 67,000 euros. And we budget for 2022 90,000 euros. We're quite optimistic, hoping to get 90,000 euros for that year. But in the end, the income actually was 124,000 euros. Okay, so the surplus that we had last year, we had a budget for 19,000 euros, but our surplus in the end was 40,000, nearly 80,000 euros. Okay, and you may ask why there is such a difference. Is simply because before the control in terms of receiving the fees for the memberships was unfortunately not up to date, and last year we had a major work to properly control and chase payments as well, hence the fact that we have such a good result, because nowadays we can say that the members of the organization actually are members who pay for their membership. Okay, the problem that we had before was that many members were not paying, but unfortunately there wasn't really much control of that. But we are now up to date. Last year, to have a proper control, we finished the invoicing end of March, but this year, you know, because you received it by the 14th of January, all members had their invoices already, okay? Because we're using a system that is much more effective, and now we have full control. So at the moment, we still have a few members this year that have not paid, but they're very few, so most of the members this year have already paid. And if any members obviously do not pay, then they will receive notification, as it has been approved by the board, by the ICD, that they would be removed from the organization. Okay? Yeah.
Sorry. Wait.
Just a second. Just a second.
I have a singing voice.
Yeah.
I was wondering if in the income, the advertising funds are also included in this P&L.
It is. Yeah. We're going to have a
fundraising in this part.
That's right. Yeah. It is included. Albert.
Emerson, I just want to know, you told us that a lot of members were in the Fiat IFTA not paying. There was a solution now, it has been solved, this problem, but did we lost a lot of memberships, or were we able to keep them aboard of the Fiat IFTA?
The problem is that maybe their names were there, but they actually were not really continue as members. So it's really difficult to say. So in principle, we would say that last year we have lost a few members because of that. But they were members that I received, for instance, emails from people saying that, I had requested for my membership to finish 3 years ago, and we're still sending them an invoice last year. So we don't really know. I think from now on, that we're really going to be able to control. From now on, we know exactly how many members we are receiving, and also how many members are going to be removed. Okay, but I'm pleased to inform you that we have a constant flow of membership. We're going to address that issue in a moment anyway. Okay, I think from now on, the important thing is for all the members to have that assurance that the members who are part of FIAT IFTA are all contributing, because before it was really an unfair situation that many members were paying and others were not paying, and is still listed even on the website as members of FIAT IFTA. Okay, at least now if you go on the website, you have a list of the members who are really FIAT IFTA members. Okay, all right?
Thank you.
No problem. So if you go forward there, so on page 11, then Andres, you have more specific there on the balance than exactly where the money came from. Okay, so we had actually budget 85,000 euros for contributions, being optimistic, and in the end we received 102,000 euros for in terms of contributions. And advertising, we budget 5,000, but the work was very well done, and with help with Kate as well. So we had a budget of 5,000. We received in the end 13,000, over 13,000 euros in advertising. And we didn't have any budget for the conference, but in the end we had 8,000 euros for the conference in Budapest as well as an income for the organization, which was extremely good. Okay. I don't know if there are any questions on that page. We can go further. And then after page 12 is just like a signature of the accounts that is signed digitally. And then after that, you will have the budget for 2023. That we need to approve as well. But first of all, in terms of the accounts, any further questions regarding the accounts of the organization? No? Shall we proceed then in approving the accounts of 2022? May I ask someone to second? Johan, thank you very much, Johan. So all those in favor to approve the accounts of 2022, please raise your hands. Anybody against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. And now the budget for 2023. We're being a bit conservative. We were speaking to Mr. Agirov. We said we're going to be a bit conservative with the budget in terms of the income. So we have actually added 110,000 euros as income for this year. You're going to see there that we did not put anything in terms of conference income. I confirm that we are going to have some funds income from the conference here in Varna as well, because of the sponsors that we are really grateful for their sponsorship. But because at the time we really did not know how much that would be, so that was not accounted for. So obviously we're going to have some income there already as well. Okay, so being conservative on that front, so that we will not be in the negative afterwards. In terms of the expenses, you're going to see there the biggest difference is in traveling accommodation. Say why there's such a big jump. It's just to inform you that the board has approved a budget for the president. What has been happening in the last few years that the president of the organization is one of the person that has the most traveling to do and was bearing all the costs for that traveling. So the board has approved that 5,000. The president would have a budget for 5,000 euros per year for traveling. Okay, so as a contribution. If that goes over, then the president is gonna pay for that themselves, but it's a way to help the work of the president of the association. And the board has decided, they believe that it's important to support the president because you know that it's a voluntary work and there's a lot of work that is done by the president, hence the fact that it's only fair that the contribution is made towards the travel. So it's not just for Mark, for any future presidents as well. Any of you who will become presidents in the future then would have that budget as well. Okay. I don't know if any of the board members would like to make any comments on that front. No. Okay. Yeah, Junietta. Just a second, Junietta.
But don't you think it's a bit too little for traveling for a whole year, 5,000, considering the cost of fares now? Because I can tell you how much I paid to come here. Well, I live quite a long way away.
Okay, that was an amount that was agreed by the board for the moment, and I think that could potentially be reviewed then in the future as well.
Reviewed, yeah. Can we review $5,000 now? Or euros? That's a small amount of money for traveling, hotel bills, and all the rest of it. I think it's a bit too little.
Okay, yeah, the board may reconsider that to them as well. Then. But it's something that we didn't have anything at all. Up to this point, any president would bear all the costs. So that's something already that we have, which is a great thing for great help for the president. Any further comments on the accounts? No? So shall I suggest that we approve the accounts? Anyone to second? Gus? Thank you very much, Gus. So all those in favor to approve the budget for 2023, please raise your hands. Anybody against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. You may think that we're going very fast on the agenda, but there is a point of the Constitution that is going to take a lot of time, I guarantee. And Mr. Gus Nichols is all prepared for that. Now, in terms of membership, okay, so we had in the last year quite a few members. If you look at the Thanos magazine, you're going to see all the new members that we had since last year as well. And we had announced in November and now on the last edition of the Thanos magazine. And we had quite a few active members, a few new active members who are here today. We have Monica from Pegas, from the Czech Republic, very welcome, new active member. Also, Gergely from Hungary is decided to become an active member. He was an associate member and now is an active member of the organization. And we have Locus as well from Greece, from Graminos International, as an active member. I don't know if any of you would like to say anything? Anybody? No? And we're very, very welcome as active members. And of course, you have many other active members that are here as well and are present at this meeting. I just want to mention Craig. Craig is actually one of our speakers this afternoon as well. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation for that. Okay.
I would like to ask active members, just please stand up. Don't be so shy and show your faces, please, because some of you would like to meet you and they would like to find out who are you. And big applause for that.
Thank you very much. And now in terms of national members, I just would like to welcome as well today Andrew Jude. He's the new representative from the UK. As you know, up to last year, I was the representative for the UK, but since I took the position of executive secretary to avoid having too much on one person, and I think that would not be fair for any other organization. So that's why then it was decided that the NAFD would choose another member to represent the association, and Andrew is the representative, and it's his first meeting here with us as well. So welcome, Andrew. I don't know if you'd like to say anything, Andrew. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have applications for 3 new national members. The applications have been approved by the board, and so the recommendation of the board is that they're approved, but obviously this is a decision for the ICD. But before we go into that, I would like to invite then each candidate to say a few words. Maybe we start with the ladies. Jasmina, so if you would like to say a few words, just wait for the microphone, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Jasmina Babajic, and I'm representing International Funeral Home Balkan Repatriation Babajic. This is a family company, and it was established almost 30 years ago by my father. I'm so happy and honored to become a national member of FIAT IFTA for Slovenia and to represent our country. By joining this organization, I would like to exchange the information and news with our international colleagues here and bring it to not only to our country but to whole Balkan area and raise the standards there. So thank you very much for this event. It's so lovely. So thank you very much.
Okay, we need to approve one by one. So may I suggest that we vote for the approval for Jasmina as representative national member for Slovenia. So all those in favor, please raise your hands. Anybody against? Any abstentions? Welcome, Jasmina. May I ask now Mr. Dean Jurasek from Croatia to do a presentation?
Is it working? Yes, it is. Good day to everybody. I'm Dean Jurasek from the company GPT from the Croatia, and we are also we started as the small family company, which is today employing more than 70 people, and we are a wholesaler and a producer of the funeral equipment. And I'm also very honored to be here and to try to help people, funeral directors, especially in the Croatia, to get out from one stuck situation. And I did observe together with Jasmina and some foraging countries in our neighborhood that all of us have similar problems. So our idea is to synchronize with the EU legislative and also the worldwide legislative, and to create modern and innovative funeral sector. And of course we are in the connection in the Croatia with the 3 or 4 funeral associations who will be, I think, in the next year structure also represented. The first of this funeral association is UPH, which means Udruga Pogrebnika Hrvatske. The president is Mr. Damir Sapanjoš, and he's greeting all of you here. Unfortunately today he wasn't able to come, but he will be in the future presenting also our part of the funeral associations. So, not to continue in this point, I'm very honored, and I believe that we will collaborate, share the informations, and that we will create one good job for all the participations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tim. Just let you know that we have recorded actually one abstention from the previous vote as well. Okay, and now we're going to vote for Croatia to become national member with Mr. Dindrasak. So all those in favor of Mr. Dindrasak becoming national member for Croatia. Anybody against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you. Now from Romania, Christian. Never know exactly how to pronounce your surname, Christian. You
It's enough, Christian, it's enough.
Yeah, okay. Please go ahead.
Dear Mr. President, you know that I'm not shy, so I will sing. Dear Mr. International Secretary, dear colleagues, my name is Christian Nagoe. Nagoe. And I'm the owner, and I'm also funeral director at Anthony Assistance and Anthony Funeral Home in Bucharest. Thank you for the honor of being accepted as a national member of FIAT IFTA and to represent Romania in the select company of the elite of the world funeral industry. From this position, I want to contribute to my colleagues in my country in developing and implementing strategies and procedure that can meet international standards in the field. After many years in which Romania could not be represented at this level, I am honored and proud to have become the one that can make this happen. So, thank you.
So may I suggest that we approve the candidacy of Christian Negoe for national member of Croatia. All those in favor, in Romania, sorry, all those in favor. Anybody against? Any abstentions? One abstention, okay. Okay, one more thing as well I forgot to mention, because Joseph is now the new representative from Spain as well, and his first time here with us. So I'd like to welcome you as well, and it's great. So Joseph represents PANASEF, and I don't know if you'd like to say a few words now. Okay, but you're very welcome, and it's really good to have PANASEF representing Spain here at the FIAT IFTA. So welcome. Thank you. Okay, moving swiftly now, number 11 on our agenda is Fairness Magazine, and I would like to invite our editor-in-chief, Kate, to present a bit of a report on the magazine. Please, Kate, come along.
Hi everyone. Maybe not a report, but I would like to say personally a big thank you for you to be so involved in the magazine, and I'm really happy to see that you make some contributions about your country, about your cultures, about your business, and you make statements, you make articles. It's really warming my heart, and I hope for more. And I hope you will also deliver some topics which are interested for you. I prepared already 6 issues. I hope for more. And we also developing the social media and the presence of the organization really huge in media. We cooperate with some media worldwide also as a magazine, so we exchange the knowledge really huge worldwidely. Would you like me to say something more? Any specific questions maybe that I will try to answer?
Any questions for Kate?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just one question, and maybe we are together, quite many of us from different countries. Every association has some, let's say, funeral magazine. With this magazine, we would like to cooperate a bit more than we do right now. Kate is, of course, looking for the contacts to the local magazines, funeral magazines in each country. And if you be able to talk with your people who are responsible for the newspapers, please send the information to Kate, because we would like to cooperate directly with the funeral magazines in your countries. Thank you.
And maybe one more thing important from our budget. I cordially invite you to advertise in the magazine. We do a lot of efforts to make you visible. I don't know if you noticed, but our issue online has the interactive links. It means if you put your advertisement in, it links to your website, it links to your offer, it can links everywhere you wish. And for which is also important, we also put this information in social media, so you have really a huge visibility of your company, as much as I can provide to you at this moment.
Thank you very much, Kate. Thank you very much. Indeed, if you look at the magazine, I hope you're reading it. The articles that we have are really, truly from everywhere in the world, and it's truly an international magazine, and Kate is doing a great job. But also, just to remind you that Fiat IFTA is on social media as well. We are on LinkedIn. What else, Kate?
LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. And I will not promise more.
Okay.
Today.
But I just would like to invite you to join as a member on LinkedIn, on Facebook, so that our organization actually grows and gets to be known more and more within the funeral industry as well. So if you have LinkedIn, please just look for Fiat IFTA and ask to follow Fiat IFTA. That would be fantastic. Thank you very much. Yeah, just make sure that you actually, you have the right Fiat IFTA, because unfortunately we have another Fiat IFTA. Okay, so just make sure that you applying there to join to Fiat IFTA, the field director, the World Organization of Field Directors, not there, because even in the Netherlands there was a Fiat IFTA, which is, I think, a media company. Okay, so it's not our company, and the logo is quite different, so you'd really recognize that as well. Okay. Going now to number 12 on our agenda, which is the Funeral Heritage Steering Committee. Yesterday we had a meeting of the steering committee, and as you know, Mrs. Yuan Wen from China is the chair of the committee. Unfortunately, she sent her apologies that she cannot be here. But we're going to hear from her, because she prepared then a video for us and for the meeting yesterday and for us all here today. So I'm going to play the video now. Okay, let's see if that's going to work out.
尊敬的国际殡葬协会马雷克主席，尊敬的秘书长艾默森德卢卡先生，遗产指导委员会的成员们，大家好，我是程媛媛，在中国北京向大家问好。很高兴通过视频的方式与大家再次见面。于未来和过去而言，殡葬文化 为人类历史上的文化留存多样性做出了重要贡献。于现在而言，我们组织所做出的每一步努力，都是对世界上那些失去亲人的家庭的慰藉。在几代国际殡葬协会工作者的共同努力下，国际殡葬协会于2014年6月成功加入联合国教科文组织，成为咨商性 NGO， 极大地提升了殡葬行业参与国际事务的地位和能力。我们要在目前协会已建立的基础上，更积极地保持可持续发展，不断开拓创新，通过进一步的行动证明组织的价值。根据联合国教科文组织2003年发布的《保护非物质文化遗产公约》为行动框架，我们接下来的工作重点为在保护文化多样性的同时，进一步考虑非物质文化遗产的应用性。毕竟，让文化遗产活态存续是我们的责任和使命。为了达成此目标，国际殡葬协会应在全球范围内搜集、整理、挖掘、保护各类殡葬遗产。在此基础上，还有以下关于殡葬遗产保护的行动清单：一、各会员国应加强联系，提高国际殡葬协会的知名度以及各会员国的参与度，开展国际范围内的行业参观、交流、沟通，学习分享殡葬遗产保护的先进经验，吸引各国的专家学者、博物馆研究员及文化遗产保护相关专业人士加入委员会，借助他们的专业知识，扩充文化遗产保护的视野。二、各会员国应重视殡葬非遗数据库的整理、挖掘、保护工作，努力促进全球殡葬行业的共识与合作，寻求世界各国各类殡葬祭祀礼仪中蕴含的生死观，并积极参与投稿，一起为新一期葬礼遗产报告做好准备。与此同时，努力推动葬礼遗产报告中的殡葬非遗项目进入世界非遗名录，这有助于增强殡葬非物质文化遗产的可见度，提高全社会对其重要意义的认知。三，在2017年韩国济州岛世界文化遗产大会上获得信息，联合国教科文组织有专项资金用于支持遗产保护，在条件允许的情况下，可向教科文组织 ICH 论坛申请专项保护资金。另外，考虑通过募集或设立遗产保护专项活动资金，用于建网站、办杂志、考察、研学、交流、实践等。最后，我想说，正是我们每个人的参与和行动，推动着世界殡葬文化遗产的保护。殡葬遗产保护工作任重道远，让我们共同努力，一起向未来。谢谢大家。
I would like to formally express our thanks to Mrs. Yuan. She's always doing a fantastic work and always very, very proactive in helping our committee as well. Also, I'm pleased to report that, so yesterday we had our meeting, and before that we had our board meeting. I'm pleased to report that the board has also allowed a budget of 5,000 euros for the work of the Heritage Committee. This is one of the most important elements of the work that we do at the moment here in terms of FIAT IFTA, and is important, is vital that the committee as well is supported financially on that. That support needs to be obviously approved by the board, but now the Heritage Committee knows that there is funds there available to do their work. And obviously we are working at the moment to prepare the heritage report, which is going to be published, going to be then given to everyone next year at the convention in Poland. And we have at the moment 9 elements that will be added to the report, but obviously we need more. And so that is the invitation now to all national members to have a look in your countries and to check if you think that there would be any elements that you'd like to add to the heritage report. One thing that we realized that we've been asking for that, but some people or members sometimes don't really know where to start or don't even know exactly what is meant by intangible cultural heritage. So I'm pleased to inform you that we have prepared a template for, first of all, inventory of any elements of intangible cultural, funeral intangible cultural heritage. And also that template will help to write the report. So in the next week or so, you will be receiving an email from me with that template. So we hope that will help you to identify elements, to do an inventory as well, and to be able to write a report. It would be fantastic that every national member would be able maybe to contribute at least with one element to add to our report. That is quite important. But then to facilitate that work, as I said, we are going to be sending that report as well. Because once we produce the report for 2024, we may choose a few elements, or as many as we try, so that we may apply for those elements to be inscribed within the list of the world's intangible heritage by UNESCO. But then there's a lot of work to be done with that afterwards. Okay, so that's why we may choose just a few elements or elements that we think that has any chances to be listed within the World Heritage report or list from the UNESCO. It's a work that we're doing, but obviously the objective of this is not just to have a report, but above all, to safeguard those elements, those cultural elements in our countries. Okay, and as Mrs. Yuan mentioned, although we would need to go via the Heritage Committee of the state part, I mean, of the country, but there is always a possibility that maybe national members, because of our membership with UNESCO, we could apply via a national committee for funds for any projects for safeguarding of funeral heritage. So it's an important work, and we hope that we are going to continue that work in the best way possible. And also an invitation, if anyone would like to be part of the Heritage Committee, please speak to me afterwards. We have at the moment a group of 7 people that are part of the committee, but if you have more people, or if you know anyone who would be interested in being part of that committee, please let us know. It is really a crucial part of the work that we do. And as Mr. Chevich mentioned at the beginning, we are celebrating this year 20 years of the 2003 convention. You see here on the right that banner there. As a member with consultative status with UNESCO, we are celebrating with them those 20 years. Hence the fact that every conference that we always have the first speeches that we have is actually about cultural heritage. This afternoon, we're going to have the pleasure of listening from Mr. Argirov about cultural heritage here in Bulgaria as well. And also we're going to have a video specifically to celebrate the 20 years of the 2003 convention. When you hear the sentence 2003 convention, that's how the UNESCO refer to their Department of Intangible Cultural Heritage, because it was in 2003 that UNESCO got together, the state parties got together, and then the convention took place, and nowadays that's how it is referred. That's why you're gonna always hear those words, the 2003 convention. That means the convention that is dedicated to intangible cultural heritage for UNESCO, and which obviously we are really honored and proud to be part of. Every 4 years we need to present a report to UNESCO to continue that membership. A report was presented this year, beginning of February. So the deadline was 19th of February. We presented a report at the beginning of February, and then a decision on that is going to be made at the UNESCO conference in Botswana at the beginning of December. So we are hoping that we continue that membership, obviously, but it's not the decision that is up to us, but is a decision for the members of the ICH, or Intangible Cultural Heritage, of the 2003 convention. Okay, and we did our best. Unfortunately, due to COVID, obviously we know that not much happened for 2 years. So but we still had quite a few things that we did during this time, and all of that was reported to UNESCO. We obviously could not start creating things or adding things that we have not done. So we have been honest and presented the report that actually we have done what we have done. Okay. I think that's it. Also, then, as I said before, we're going to show then a video for the celebration of 20 years just before our conference this afternoon. But also, just to give you an insight of what can be done, okay, is a teaser for everyone. We received an amazing video, okay, from Virginia Gallardo from an element in Mexico, which then we have the video. I'm going to show it to you now. Yesterday that was shown at the Heritage Committee meeting, and we thought it was more than fair to share with everyone because it's just fantastic. And it's just for everyone then to think, okay, what can I do in my country, or what are the elements in my country that I could maybe be reporting and helping to preserve and to safeguard. Okay, so enjoy.
Mexico cultural heritage in the face of that. Mexico's cultural heritage regarding them comes from our pre-Hispanic ancestors, where beliefs, acts, and customs have been passed down from generation to generation until the present day. Throughout its territory, Mexico has a wide range of cultures related to the cult of that. Depending on the geographical area, the celebration to honor and respect that will be different. There are cultural beliefs through acts and events that honor and exalt the beliefs of the people before the crossing of the line between the living and the dead. Activities are calls that reflect the beliefs of each geographical area of Mexico. This cultural heritage merged at the time of the conquest with the new ideas of evangelization and the ideology that is spread throughout the national territory. There are also cultural heritage through symbols that have the same meaning throughout the national territory, and every moment of celebration of that will appear at some point of the festivities. Some of these symbols that are still present today are so-called Xoloscuincle, who for the pre-Hispanic ancestor was believed to be spiritual guide and who would accompany the soul through the journey to reach the eternal rest. The shallow sprinkled dog is a breed of dog endemic to Mexico, where it is still found in Mexican homes. It is a breed with the main characteristic of being hairless and has an average lifespan of 12 to 14 years. Of medium size, it is known for its close relationship with the pre-Hispanic culture in Mexico. The meaning of the name Xolos Pinkley is divided into Xolot, companion, and Iswint, which means dog, literally companion dog. It lived with the ancient Mexicans of various cultures as the unconditional companion of its owner, even after his death, as it was believed that it accompanied its owners on the road to Mictlan, the underworld of place of eternal rest, and would be as a funeral offering for its masters. As a cultural heritage of Mexico, legend has it that the most important function that the Xolos Pinkley is believed to fulfill is to help the souls pass through the deep and mighty river that crosses the land of the dead. If the person in life has treated the animals, especially the dogs, badly, the Xolo would refuse to help them pass. Therefore, they will not be able to reach their final destination and eternal rest, or they will remain on the banks of the river for eternity. However, if the person had treated the dogs well, they were alive, the Xolo would gladly take the soul, place it on its back, and carry it safely to the other side of the river. The belief towards the Xolo is that if he's black, he will not be able to take more souls to the other side of the river. And his color indicates that he has already submerged and has already guided enough souls to their destination. Likewise, if the Xolo is white or very light in color, he will not be able to cross the river either, as this means that he is very young and has not reached the necessary maturity to do so. Only when they are mortal ready will be able to carry out this important task. The mighty river is one of the 9 levels that the soul must pass to reach the land of Mictlan. Mictlan is the place of eternal rest for the souls of those who have gone before us. The gates of Mictlan are guarded by the god Mictlan Tecuhtli, god of the underworld, god of death. He receives them welcoming to the eternity. To get the Mictlan, you have to go through the 9 levels that descend vertically. On this journey, the souls go through various obstacles that measure the strength of their spirit. Mexico is the country that celebrates the Day of Death. On November the 2nd, each region celebrates with special festivities the visit of the souls that arrive at the Mictlan, and that visit their living relatives who receive them with offerings of food, drinks, and objects that in life were of their liking. The cultural heritage that is still in force today lives and celebrates with joy throughout its territory. Through symbols such as the Xolos Pinkley dog that unites us with the most of our ancient beliefs, that for Mexicans paradoxically represent the reunion with those loved ones who are no longer with us. It is lived in dual way, mourning its experience with all of its emotional and psychological manifestations, but it also a rite and celebration and a tribute and a party. Day of the Dead in Mexico, it's a time to joy, for not even that separates us from those who love.
very, very much, Virginia, and I'm sure we all agree that it was really fair and proper for us to watch this video, but also shows the type of work that the Heritage Committee can do, and Virginia has gone a bit beyond of our expectations and produced this amazing video as well. So thank you, Virginia, for that. But as I said before, hopefully that is going to serve as a motivation for all of us, not necessarily to do a video like that, but actually at least prepare our reports. Okay, so thank you. So now, number 13 of our agenda. So we're going to have a number 13, and then afterwards we're going to have a coffee break, okay, so that we can wake up a bit. So the Fiat IFTA Funeral Exchange Program, it has been, the board has decided to change slightly the name of the Funeral Exchange Program to actually, for it to become a global education program. Why? Because we think that there are many possibilities or opportunities for education to be spread within throughout our members, and it is something really important to help raising standards of funeral services around the world. Okay, so we are starting a project, a pilot project I'm gonna mention in a minute, but I don't know if Mr. Tokiaki Ishii would you like to say anything at this point?
ありがとうございます。日本の代表でございます石井でございます。エクスチェンジプログラムについては、私どもの日本で過去お二人受けることができました。
Thank you very much for asking my comment. I'm a representative of Japan, Mr. Ishii, and previously we welcomed 2 people in Japan at the time as an exchange program.
ご存知の方も多いと思いますが、前の松井会長がご存命の時に松井会長の会社でお一人サーベドラの息子さん、そしてその後にどうでしたっけね、スペインですね、スペインからお一人受けた経緯があります。
Previously, President Matsui, he unfortunately passed away, but Mr. Matsui welcomed a person from Bolivia, and so the person experienced the cultural differences and felt a lot of differences in between. And also we welcomed a lady from Spain, and also we believe that she learned a lot our cultural differences.
なかなかように形を変えた中でさまざまなこの可能性っていうのはね秘めて、我々業界の教育機関として、発展させることは非常に重要だろうというふうに思います。
Actually, it is difficult to organize this kind of exchange program. However, it is very important for enhancing the level of the education of for our industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ishii. So Japan continues leading the education committee, but we also need more members for the committee. So I don't know if there is anybody here or you'd like to suggest anyone to be part of the education committee of Fiat IFTA. Yeah, unless you want to say anything, but that's great. So as I said, now we're going to have, instead of exchange program, we're going to have the global education program, and of course the exchange program is still going to be embedded within the global educational program, but we have started a pilot project with Spain. There's a company called Stoev, and they do training for embalmers. So there is the first Where's Anton? Is Anton there? Hello, Anton. Okay, that's great. And I don't know if you'd like to say a few words, Anton. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, please. If you want to come to the front here, Anton, so that everyone can see you. It's easy, otherwise everyone needs to...
He's always shy.
Don't need to be shy. Come to the front here so that all ICD members can actually see you.
In the front.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Well, first of all, to thank Emerson and Marek, in representation of the FIAT IFTA, to be brave enough to start this new program on education. We have been training people in Europe for a long time already, for many years, and we always thought that FIAT IFTA will be the perfect organization to lead educations and regulations around the world. So I think it's very important that they start taking part of this kind of program. So what we are doing, also I want to thank, they are here also, Giuseppana and Jordi from Altima, that they are letting us their installations, perfect installations for the education in thanatopraxia. So without them, it wouldn't be possible also. So thank you very much for that. So this program is a 5 days training in thanatopraxy, where people from different parts of the world can join, and it's not only a basic education, but it's exchanging the way of conditioning the disease around the world. So I think it's a very interesting initiative from the FIAT IFTA, to start also exchanging the experience, and starting also probably to make and to build a regulation, international regulation, that probably our sector needs to join together internationally, and do it together like a lobby, also in different governments that normally in every country don't take care about this market. Well, Craig Hanwell can tell us that probably real education programs in embalming and thanatopraxis is only in 4 countries around the world. That says a lot about the work that needs to be done. So I hope this is just a first step in all the areas that really are important for us, not only thanatopraxis, but also probably other kind of issues very important in the funeral market. So there are only 6 space for 6 people this first time. This is because it's very important to be a very, many people will not be, the quality will not be that good. So really it has to be intense 5 days education program. So, but in the future, I hope we can do more courses, and not only in Spain, all around the world. So everybody of you are very welcome. Okay, it's in September. Yes, but don't worry, Emerson will be sending an email with all the details to all members next week. Yes, and it's in the website also, as Kate said. So also in the coffee break, anyone who wants some more information, I'm available. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anton. So as Anton said, next week you're going to be receiving also an email about this pilot project. It's already on the website, and I think on the Thanos magazine as well. Kate, is that right? Is that on the Thanos magazine as well? Yes. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah. So you're going to be receiving all the details with prices as well, the details of the course, and the dates as well. Okay, so it's going to be sent to all members. Hopefully, you're going to have just with the website, we already have a few inquiries, more than 6 already, but FIAT IFTA members will have a priority on this course. And as I said, this is a pilot project, and if this works, then we may be working with other institutions as well, with other national members, to provide or to have more courses or more materials available to all FIAT IFTA members one of our main objectives is to raise the standards of the funeral industry around the world, and education is a key point on that, hence the fact that we're doing it as well. Okay, so I think we're going to have a break now, 15 minutes, okay, 15 minutes maximum. So at what time is now? What time? 11:11. So shall we meet here just, okay, yeah, 25 past 11, please. Okay, 25 past 11. Please be on time because, as I said, there is quite a lot of discussions still to be had. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
It's a video.
It's a video?
Thank you, everyone. So the coffee break was a bit longer than what we expected, so we need to rush a bit, okay? But before I start, I just want to mention as well, because Anke from EFFS has been actually the representative for EFFS, but is that the first time you're here actually representing the EFFS, Anke? Yes, so welcome to Anke as well. Thank you very much for being here, Anke. Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want to mention because Anke has been the representative for a while, but I think it's the first time, so I just was proper to introduce you as well. Thank you, Anke. Thank you. Okay, now number 14 on our agenda is the IATA webinar. As we have mentioned in the past, even last year, you may remember that we had a presentation from Lucy Excel from IATA about the Compassionate Transportation Manual. And it's fantastic that the relationship with IATA is actually growing. And I'm really pleased to inform you that in September, we're going to have a webinar organized by IATA for Fiat IFTA members. Okay, so then I ask all national members, you're going to soon receive this information as well, to spread the word within your members, okay? Because so any company that deals with repatriation of mortal remains, I would think that would be very important for them to attend this webinar. The dates are, we have a date, 2 dates already, because what they're going to do, one date is going to be doing early in the morning, and another date in the afternoon, so that you can cater for different time zones. So you're going to receive an email, but anyway, on the 5th of September, 9 o'clock in the morning, Geneva time, and on Thursday, the 7th of September, so 2 days afterwards, then we're going to have the webinar in the afternoon. Good news, free of charge as well. Okay, so any company, and I really then ask any national members to spread the word then once you receive the information to all your members, because obviously you have many members that deal with repatriation of mortal remains, and would like as many companies as possible to participate. And also it's going to be a project that Fiat IFTA the IATA is starting as well, to work even closer with Fiat IFTA. So we really want as many people to participate in this webinar as possible, for them to think, okay, the funeral directors are taking this seriously. Okay, so it's really important that we spread the news once we have the information about the webinar. Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, we have the discussion about the Fiat IFTA Constitution. I would like to invite Willem Wapner to maybe just do a presentation of what the committee has been doing. And then I'm going to invite also our Gus Nichols. Maybe Gus, you could come along and sit here with us so that we can do a discussion. So maybe Willem?
Thank you, Emerson. The Constitution, the review of it actually started in Bolivia. And if you remember the meeting, I believe Emerson had a little accident and the meeting kind of got cut a little short. But Darren Eddy from Australia had some proposals that we really never got a good chance to look at. And Darren Eddy went on and did leave FIAT IFTA and is no longer the representative from Australia. But we thought he had some very good ideas, and so this last year, there was a committee formed to take a look at the Constitution and to make some recommendations. So Gus Nichols was the chair of that committee, and we met several times during this last year. And what we have before you are proposals to make some changes, along with Emerson had some ideas as well. So that's what we have in this next section to talk about. Did Gus? Oh, there. Didn't see you move, Gus.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I was looking for you.
I'm gonna give it the word to Gus in a minute. I just want, first of all, to express my thanks to the working committee of the Constitution, because there is quite a bit of work to do, to read and to put the suggestions, because, as Bill said, we analysed these suggestions from Mr. Darren Ed as well. So many of them have been added to the suggestions here for the Constitution. Remember that this is a working document, so we are the final decision on everything that we're going to be doing in terms of constitution bylaws will be actually next year. Okay, so it's really important for us to be aware of that. So any suggestions, any changes. But anyway, I'll leave that now with Gus to go through all those changes. Maybe you can mention that as well. So you have the Constitution with the changes, suggested changes, and deletions as well on the documents. Is immediately after the agenda, you have the revision of the Constitution. Gus, with you.
Thank you, Emerson. I think overall one needs to just reflect that constitutions and bylaws will change, and many of these were written a long time ago, and they reflected a different time, a different sort of administration, and a different way of doing business. And yes, there's been amendments and changes over the years. Certainly, in my earlier time in FIAT IFTA in the noughties, there was changes made and debated. But this is probably the real and to acknowledge also Darren Eddy's work. There were some excellent proposals, many of which have been adopted here. So I think just bear that in mind, that this is a document with a long history. And that's how the committee wanted to view it and to reflect on it. So I'm not going to go through every line. Everything in red is the proposal as it comes out. We will take comments either later by email or now. Any comments will go back to the committee and ultimately back to the board. And we hope then in Poland next year that this will be ratified, proposed and seconded and ratified, and we can move on from it and hopefully use it as a good document to base the whole organisation on. So I'm going to just bring you to Article 7, members. And I suppose this just dwells on the national member point. And as you can see, the additional line there in the main paragraph reads, until such time that a national association is formed in that country and applies for national membership. So, yes, the organisation wants national members. It wants countries to be involved, but ultimately it really encourages countries to have an active, have a national association up and running and doing business. So just on the next page then, The no, we weren't going to read that one. Sorry. So just on voting, so it's on to.
Under active member in the blue, can you just explain what take the floor means?
So what page?
I mean, I think I know what it means.
Which one is that?
So under Article 7B, active member under blue. So the active members may take the floor in the ICD meeting and in the General Assembly.
Yeah.
Does that mean be allowed to speak?
That's right, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted clarification.
Would you think that needs clarification?
I think it does.
Yeah,
And
okay.
and also, if we're assuming correctly, they also do not get a vote under the new language, correct?
They never really had a vote in the first place. So active members did not have a vote already, okay? So I think there will be then about voting specifically, there was an article about voting specifically there. Okay, that is going to be mentioned, who has voted and who has not voted.
Okay, thank you.
But it's good for you, okay, clarification needs to be done. So any active members do have the chance to speak, like this is the ICD meeting, so any comments from active members would be accepted.
Thank you. So I'll just turn each page, and if you have comments to make, please make them. So we'll move, we're on Article 7. We're going to go to the next page. There's a substantial amount to come out in red and a new paragraph there. Any comments? Okay, the next page, which is Article 9, that page. Again, there's an additional point there. Any comments? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next 2 pages. So, point 2, voting. Can everyone see that there? So, this is actually a fairly important change, and I'm going to read it out. Voting will be divided as follows. Delegate of national members from national associations, 3 votes. 3 votes. So that means that it's someone like me from representing the Irish Association of Funeral Directors as a national member. I would have 3 votes to lend to a vote. So we're weighting it. Delegate of national member from a private company, 1 vote. So that's the difference. We'll wait for the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. I am a private company, but I do represent many funeral companies since I'm not a funeral service provider per se. What would apply since I am representing other funeral companies, but I am not, we're going to create a national chamber, but it has not been created. At that time, we will give the position to the national chamber until it is a 2-year process to create a national chamber in Mexico. So what happens in that case?
Under this proposal, in the interim, at a vote, you would have 1 vote.
1 vote.
One
Okay.
vote until you have gone through all the process in Mexico, and obviously this new document is ratified next year. Okay.
This would go in the after the ratification of next year.
That's right.
Correct.
Probably will.
So that means you'd be ready.
Yes.
Active and
Just a few comments regarding the active members, because before the active members there was only 2. Now you say in the proposal it said that there is no restriction regarding active members. I think 2 or 3 should be a maximum, because after it makes no sense regarding the national and the active. I think if there is 2, I think the right purpose is it's to have some national member and active members. They are working together. Okay, but if there are too many, I think there makes no sense to have too many active members. That's something that.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, Guillaume. The only thing is that this discussion about active members was one of the very few points that had already been discussed in Bolivia and approved by the ICD. So there was a vote already in Bolivia, and the ICD members at the time decided that should be no restrictions for active members. Okay, so if then this would be a new proposal, then to go back on that, because there was, although the constitution had not been reviewed at that time, the decision was made that the constitution would be reviewed, but a decision actually, you can look at the minutes from them, a decision was made already by the ICD that there will be no restriction with active members. So if you want, then you would present then a new proposal, which then would needs to be voted on again, then maybe next year. If you want to, then that should be a formal proposal. Yeah, yeah, okay, all right, okay. So that would need then to go for a vote then next year. Albert?
Yeah, probably I missed something. Okay, no, probably I missed something. But as you know, as board, that the National Association of the Netherlands, they didn't want to continue as a national member of the FIAT IFTA. Even worse, they didn't want to become a member as well. And now you say that if you have a private company, then you have only one vote. But maybe I missed it, but I don't see the sense of this, because the national member is representing also the active and the associated members, but they have only one vote. So I'm a little bit confused.
I would get less votes than an associate member, so it would be, for example, in that case, it would be good for me to even step out and become an associate member instead of a national member, because I would get 2 votes instead of 1 vote for a national member.
What do you mean, to be associate? No, but
associate members wouldn't get any votes.
Say it again, Andreas, we did not quite catch. Okay, no. Then what you're going forward there, okay, sorry, is, yeah. Because here, okay, just to clarify, we're talking about, there are 2 issues here, okay? First of all, with Albert, okay? The reason from the idea from the committee, Albert, is that the organization should actually have associations, preferably have associations as national members. Why? Because the association represents a number of members within their country. They actually have members that are part. So in terms of representation, an association, in terms of weight, an association has much more reach within the country than a private company. Okay, but remember, this is a proposal. Okay, so that's a proposal that the committee is presenting, and then if that's not accepted, then we can maybe have a vote next year to see which proposal are going to be accepted. But that is the reasoning behind the idea of having a weighted a vote, okay, and giving more votes to associations because of the representation that they have within the organization. Okay, that is the reasoning behind it. Okay, so if that's going to be approved or not, then that is a matter for the always. At the moment, everyone has got 1 vote. Okay, is the same. So that's a proposal. Then it would need to be voted as well. Okay.
The only thing I was many thanks, by the way, to the committee. But the only thing I'm saying is that the Dutch association
does not want. Yeah.
They doesn't want, because their members they are not interested. And as you know, and I don't think that the Netherlands is an exception.
Yeah.
I think it's in every country you have many funeral undertakers, 1 person working, and they have no interest in international business. So This is
yeah,
why.
we totally understand, and that's why Fiat IFTA is accepting companies as national members. Today we accepted 3 new companies, but you know, they can be a testimony that I said to the 3 of them, I said to them, if there is an association in the country that comes along and applies for membership, they will have priority because they are an association. Okay, so it's really important for us to know that the associations, in principle, they always had priority within the, you know. But that is another case, of course, in the Netherlands. Unfortunately, the association did not, and we are really grateful that you are taking that. Vote. Okay.
That's a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's a fair point. That's why we're discussing here today. Okay. All right. Can I just clarify the point from Andres there? Okay. Because I don't know if you read the Constitution, but even at this General Assembly, active members and associate members never really have a vote that he actually was valid, never really had a vote on the Constitution. Because if you read what is to be deleted, okay, what is written there, only delegates of national members are entitled to vote at the General Assembly. Each delegate of a national member is entitled to 1 vote. So at this point, only national members were allowed to vote, okay? So then we had the discussion because we had 2 options. One, to give some vote to active members and associate members, that would be valid, but possibly would have a problem with quorum, okay? How are we going to get, for example, if you give a vote to 500 associate members, if you don't have quorum, then you're never really going to decide anything at an association and at the General Assembly. So at the moment, nobody has a vote, but then what was decided, or the proposal from the committee, is that the active members and the associate members, they would have a consultative vote, okay? And that's what it says, that active and associate members will be given the possibility of consultative vote to manifest their position on all matters coming before the General Assembly, okay? So if it was any, for example, if there was any item that is a bit contentious, that is not quite clear for the ICD, there would be a vote with the active members and associate members, but that would be a consultative vote. What would be valid afterwards would be the vote of the national members. Okay? So at the moment, there's nothing there for the associate and active members. So what we're proposing is that the active members and associate members would at least have a say, or and hoping that then the national members would follow their recommendation. Okay, it would be a way of active members and associate members to participate, and then giving obviously 2 votes then to active members on that consultative vote, and because of their premium status within the organization, and then the associate members would have then 1 vote, okay, on this consultative vote. Okay, is that clear? That's right. No, but it was very good, I think, to be able to clarify that. Okay, I think Peter has some
yes,
comments.
because you know, we have the same problems as in Holland. In Denmark, we have lots of funeral homes who is owned by one, and they are not interested to pay to all this international things, and therefore I think it's difficult for a private company to put the effort in this part if we risk to one of our colleagues want this place, then they can be chairman for the national the national association, and then they have more right to be a national member than another one.
Yeah, unfortunately, that has always been the case, Peter. Okay, one thing that needs to be clarified. Okay, for instance, if there was another private company that came and asked to be a national member, then that would not be accepted because you, as a private company, already have that membership. Okay, but if a national association comes along, according to all the years of Fiat IFTA, they would have priority. Okay. you'd lose that national membership. Okay, so. Yeah. So sorry, Jasmina.
Just a second. Please speak to a microphone because otherwise we cannot get translation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Understood.
if possible, a bit slower. Just a little bit, and on a microphone. Otherwise, we cannot get translation because the lady there is with headsets and she cannot hear you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I have a question regarding membership application. I would like to know what are the requirements to become a member of FIAT IFTA? Like, do we have some rules? How long do you have to operate on field to become a member of FIAT IFTA, or anybody can join us?
Very good question, Jasmine, and that is actually addressed because we didn't have that in the Constitution. Now, one of the proposals is that the company would need to have at least 2 years of operations to be able to become a member. Also, one thing that didn't quite happen before, but I think the national members can be a testimony now that is happening. Every time that I receive any application, okay, then I go to the national members asking their opinion and if they approve actually that membership. We even had one in France that for some reason that had been accepted, but now they have been actually removed. We just informed them that they had been removed because it was a company that was not fit to be part of the organization. Okay, so that is the process. So they would need to send an application form. They need to send, now we're asking as well, and that's why you know when they're formed, because something that was not before, but we are always asking for a copy of the registration of the company. Okay, once we receive that copy, then we know exactly when that company is formed. If it was then less than 2 years, then they're going to be informed that they need to reapply after 2 years of existence. Okay.
Thank you.
And so there are more proposals. Then for national members, we're going to be a bit more stringent as well. From now on, any company or organization applying for national membership will need to have a letter of support from other 2 national members as well. Okay, so it's not just then applying, but they will need to have the support from other 2 national members as well. Okay.
Emerson, please. For example, in Romania, a few years ago, there are 3 associations, every association with only 1 member, the president of the association, who is representing his own company. And how about if all 3 of them, they will come to become a national member? How will you choose the one, and how will you make the difference that he's the proper one? And
yeah, okay, another very pertinent question there. In fact, that is once again here put on the new proposal. Okay, so if you have more than 1 association asking, then the board would analyze each application, okay, and would be looking at when the association was formed. We would need to have then at least 2 recommendations from other national members, and then we would need to look at the number of associate members that they have, when they were created. So there would be more scrutiny. If there was more than 1 association applying, then there would be more scrutiny, and then the board would, to start with, make that decision and choose one of them, and that would be then presented to the ICD afterwards. But it's not simply then who comes first, who served. But obviously, if, for instance, an association applies and we have checked and we have accepted, and then a month afterwards we have another association for applying, unfortunately they lost their possibility or the opportunity to become. Until that association is a member, we're going to continue with that. But also, when you mentioned that, if there is an association with 1 member, then obviously they will not be accepted, because then it's not really an association. They would need to be representing part of it.
How will you check this? Because it's in Romania. How will you check?
Well, in Romania, I'm sure you'd help us. But I think that's the point. For example, when we have Mr. Tursak to apply not long ago for membership, we had actually a recommendation from Mr. Caroli. So there will be checks, and that's going to take as long as necessary. And if necessary, then to go there, we're going to do our best to check and to make sure that you have the best association there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We are going on time a bit here. One final point on this, please.
Maybe we should take a little bit more time then, because I think it's concerning us all, and we are a little bit concerned about it. And my concern now is what Christian is telling about maybe more associations in a country. We have the same at the moment in the Netherlands. We have now 2, and one started because they are not happy with the first association. So what is going to happen? What is the interest of the Fiat IFTA? Do you want to have a national member who is very active and is doing a lot for the Fiat IFTA? Or is it more interesting for the Fiat IFTA to have a national member as an association with more members and maybe more members inside of the association for maybe the money? I'm asking it very openly, but I'm very concerned about the quality then. What's going to happen if there is an association, for example, who is not interested, and another one starts because they are not happy, but they have also not an interest, and they will come into the Fiat IFTA and they are doing nothing? Then I don't believe that we are happy as Fiat IFTA. And this is what I'm a little bit concerned that you say, and it's okay for me because I'm already old, so it doesn't matter. But I'm wondering, what do we want? Do we want to have quality? Do we want to have very active members as a national member, or what? Or do we only to have the?
I think we really want to have both, Albert. And obviously, you're never really going to be able to evaluate if a new member will be active or not. That is important. The history is going to show that. Okay, but I think, for example, in a country where there is already a national member that is a company and an association then applies, it's not simply a process of okay, you go and the odd one comes in. Okay, there'll be discussions with that because we respect the national members who are companies. Okay, and there'll be proper discussions and for example, if it is an association that has just been created, once again, they're not simply going to be accepted because obviously they have just been created, and we need to check if they are a proper running organization, and we need to do all the due diligence checks with them as well. I think we need to remember that it's really important that what we're discussing here was already part of it. It's just because at the moment we are bringing that to discussion, but what we're saying here has always been the case. Okay, maybe because we never really discussed the constitution before, then or it was discussed in the past, but many years ago. That's why that did not come. But that was always the case, that the national associations had a priority. Okay, that's why, for example, when with the 3 new members, I mentioned that because it's already in the constitution that the priority is given to national associations. Is already in the constitution. Is already part of the history of Fiat IFTA. So it's not something new that the committee is proposing. Is already part of the Fiat IFTA.
No, it's not new. The only thing is that I'm saying that maybe we have to change our minds about that. That there must not be a difference between an association or a national member.
Okay.
It's a private company.
Okay, then I think, Albert, if you agree for us to be able to move on, okay, then the committee then will present, let's say, 2 proposals, and then that could potentially go for a vote then in the next ICD meeting. Then.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I add
Lovely.
something? Yeah. Just because Albert, you mentioned that some things we can do for the money because of we can increase the numbers of the members. I think that kind of what is prepared by the committee. I will not say I'm agree or not, because the working committee prepared some documents, and I have to go through this once again together with my colleagues back home. But in general, this is not sexy to have, let's say, 3 votes for the national and 1 vote for the company who is a national member. And that's create that less companies will come to us. That means it will not give us the money. It's only just to, there were some words from the associations which they have 100, 200, 300, 500 members, that they are treated in this 20,000, for example. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, at 800. This is the point. And of course, the thing is, this is just a discussion, and I strongly believe that we will find this good solution. But that's why we open the cards, we ask you, and please send us all the things and your feelings on the paper, because always paper is paper. It will stay in the organization. If I will leave or anybody from us, the paper will stay, and we are going to discuss it, or we are going to vote the proper articles for the Constitution, what you expect, because we create this. This is the committee which, I don't know how many, 3 of us or 4 us, 4 was thinking about that. This is the idea more or less of 4 people, but now we are opening the cards and we are asking you, what do you think? And we feel right now much more comfortable because we have a feedback from you, and then we can create and change something. This is the point.
And that's why.
Yeah, but please write it, because it's very important.
Yeah, these are proposed, and that's why we've been very, very transparent. Because we, if we are not transparent, we'd say, okay, has everyone read? Everyone approves, yes or no, and that's it. So that's why we actually bring into attention these specific points can be contentious, and for us to have clarification. Then I think transparency. We always said right from the beginning, what we want from this organization is transparency, and that's what we're trying to achieve here as well. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And please write. Please write to us.
Okay. Yeah.
Me? No, I'm waiting for you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm delighted we're having this debate, this conversation. This is actually, it's not sexy, as Marek says, but it actually it needs to be done.
But you see, everybody's hear that.
So then the bottom of that page, it's really a ceremonial change. The chain of office will be presented at the big do at the end, rather than a cold and dusty meeting. The next page, again, you can see what's proposed to come out and the amendments to go in. The structure of the meetings, and people were, including me, somewhat confused that we would have 2 versions of the same meeting twice. And one of the functions of the ceremonial meeting, the General Assembly 2, I think it was handing over the chain, and you'd have maybe a quarter of the people that might be at the function later on, and it was just felt that the better place to pass the chain over to the new president was when everyone was present.
That's at the General Assembly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it won't be done. Is this either or? It could be done at the gala dinner or the General Assembly.
Correct.
It's either or.
Either or.
Yeah.
Either or. Okay. All right. Thanks.
As I said, next page then, it's really emphasizing Article 8. Next page again refers back to the voting suggestions as per our previous discussion. Okay.
Which now we're gonna. So on that we're gonna then present 2 proposals there as well. Okay, as per proposal from
Next page, quite a bit of tidying up there. Establishment of the officers, there's some effectively simplifying the phraseology there. So the next page then, again, quite important, the position of the third vice president. The proposal is that that office can only be held by a national member representing a national association.
That's number 2.
That's the second point there. That's the key part to that change. Next page is no changes in suggestions, which I'm very pleased to see. Next page then, tidying up really. That goes on to the next page, as you can see. And then we're on to Article 16. So as per the Global Education Department change, which was referred to earlier, the name of that committee has now changed. So that's just reflecting that.
Yeah.
The next page then, in relation to the auditors, the final change there reading, the auditors shall prepare a report with their findings to the Board of Officers and to the ICD each year. The committee feel actually that should be 2 years. I just 1 second, I meant to say just above that, the other proposal is that the audit would be carried out by an external independent body rather than an internal audit. Andres, you have a question? 2 questions now.
Why every 2 years instead of every year? Fiscally, it's every year.
Okay, 2 things. First of all, at the moment, we have, according to our constitution, we would have an internal audit, and that's in fact last year we have chosen actually an audit committee, which Christine is part of, and then the audit will take place for the General Assembly every 2 years, because it would be doing the audit for the last 2 years and then presenting to the ICD and General Assembly, because you have a General Assembly only every 2 years. Okay, and but obviously the audit would be for the 2 years that took place. Okay, and but the change, what Darren Eddy suggested on his papers is that an organization like ours, we should have an independent audit, not an internal audit, because that would comply with international regulations. So basically, we would hire a company to do the audit of Fiat IFTA, and that's, in terms of transparency, once again, that would be better for the organization. And then having every 2 years as well for financial, because obviously if you have that every year, it's going to be quite a lot of money that you'd be spending on that. Okay, but that is that proposal from Darren Eddy that the committee thought was pertinent, it was important, that then we'd change. Instead of having an internal audit, we would hire a company to do a proper audit of the company. We need to remember that in terms of finances, Andres, every year that is prepared. That's why you have all the statements from the accountants, and those ones actually are registered with the authorities in the Netherlands. So all of that legal part, and we are not a big enough organization that we should really have an audit, but I think in terms of transparency, that's what we want to have. Okay, and that is the proposal to make sure that if we ever have any questions, we are able to say we are really doing the right thing.
But the idea was to present every year a balance of
the finance.
Yeah, we do
The
that
different
already anyway.
that
Yeah.
like we do it now.
Yeah,
But
what
when
we've
we are
done earlier.
taking an external audit, it costs nearly 5,000-6,000 euro. So if we have to do it every year, it's a lot of money, and the presidency is also 2 years. So that means that we are doing the audit at the end of every presidency, so that it's with a clear balance to the next one. So in that was the explanation.
Yeah, yeah, no, but it makes sense. Yeah, okay. I think that's really the aim. You know, having transparency, and that's what we've been working on, really, to have real transparency with all the accounts for the organization. Okay.
Thank you. So the final page then is next of the Constitution, and that leads us on to the revision of the Fiat IFTA bylaws. Again, items in red are to be deleted, or suggested that they are deleted, and blue are changes and additions. Page 1 then, nothing on that. Page 2, just at the bottom, the delegate of a national member has a right to submit proposals to the board. Proposals should be in the possession of the President and the Secretary at least 45 days prior to the meeting. The feeling was this should be a little bit longer and changed to 60. The next page, page 3, no real comments from the committee on that. Again, if has anyone comments to make, please do so now or email. Page 4, the same. Page 5. Page 5 refers to what I touched on earlier. Is just tidying up the descriptions of the meetings, which were of their time. Just hope it's a little bit easier to understand. Next page then, page 6, again, some changes and amendments there. And some of this is to update the language as well. Some of the language was a little dated. Page 7.
Yeah, that's the change. That's
So just at the bottom there, clause 12.11, the nominations for candidates for the election of third vice president of the association shall be signed by 2 or more national members of Fiat IFTA as nominators and countersigned by the candidate. So that's just tidying that up. Page 8, there's some additional items there. Page 9 is really, I suppose, the re-emphasising again article. It leads from Article 8 in the Constitution. Page 10, the same. Some just sensible suggestions there. Page 11, the same. Page 12, the same. 13, 14, 15 and 16. So there's a lot there, I understand that. Thank you if you've managed to get through most of it and look at it and read it, and clearly some of you have. It is important. It's also important that we get it right. And every annual general meeting has the opportunity for proposals to be made in relation to the Constitution and bylaws, so this is not a full stop. And hopefully the very helpful points made and raised today could just refine slightly the final documents for next year. And I'd like to thank the committee, Bill, Harry and Emerson in particular. Okay.
just one point. That's
Emerson's just going to raise one point there.
Yeah.
Is that in the Constitution?
Yeah, it's in the Constitution. Is Article 13, letter C. So in the Constitution, sorry, you need to go back to the Constitution. There is just one point that I believe we believe it is important to be raised here, because that's a change, but it's a change that you have a precedent already. You may remember what happened with the presidency from Japan. Mr. Matsui was the president, and then there was quite an important discussion of who would be the next president. In the end, the ICD decided, because Mr. Kitajima was a member who always participated and was present at the meetings, and was only fair and proper that Japan continued with the presidency, okay, in that occasion. And that is the proposal that we are presenting here, okay? That's, for example, if by death or resignation, the country holds the vice presidency, okay? So if something happens to that person, then the country will, if the country decides to, if the country then gives that position up, obviously then whoever was the second vice president or will become first president and so on. But if the country decides to continue with that presidency, they will have the option to do so, as long as the member that they choose to be to hold that vice presidency is already a FIAT IFTA member and has at least 2 years of experience within FIAT IFTA. Okay, so there was a precedence there, and the committee believed that was important to add to the constitution to clarify that item, because obviously we had quite an important issue with that at the meeting in Bolivia. Okay.
Okay, any room for one final comment, and then we'll move on? No. Thank you all.
So then, just to clarify, the committee will review with the comments that were made here today, and we will present proposals. It may be that the next ICD meeting, we're going to have 2 proposals, and then we just need to vote on what proposals then we're going to have. Okay? All right?
And thank you so much for your work, guys, William, and the other members of the committee.
Okay, thank you. And so we're going now to the final point. We are a bit over our time, 5 minutes at the moment. So it's, I believe, in the other business. Yeah. So at the moment, I just on the any other business, I just had one request from the FDA, from Kristen Pepper, to do a short presentation, 5 minutes presentation on an update for the NFDA. So I just log in, Christine.
What about the point number 16?
Ah, sorry. See, I'm really sorry. I have my glasses. I'm hungry. That's why.
Second time today.
Second time today. Okay. Yeah. Go on.
Too close.
I see that everyone is hungry. That's why. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Markechi.
Yes. Please just start the computer, because we need to move the movie.
Yeah. Can I start?
Okay, the movie, I think, said everything, more or less. We would like to invite you, of course, for the convention and the annual meeting of the FIAT IFTA between 18 and 20 of September 2024. All the details and informations will be delivered to you soon. I hope probably September. We will start with the website and application, because we are going to implement the applications which will help you to communicate between each other. Everybody who will be registered will get an access to this application. It will be like an inside, let's say, messenger, that kind of small Facebook for our organization. This is the point which we would like to start, and the registration will be open probably on September, at least October. You are all invited, of course.
Krakow is certainly a most beautiful city, and I'm sure that many members will be coming there to the convention of FIAT IFTA. And it's great that we have already a specific date. Okay, so you can actually put in your diaries, and and to make sure you can start booking your flights as well.
I paid for the hotel and conference already.
And also, just to mention that there will be offered as well a tourism session after the convention as well. There are so many sites there to be seen in Krakow, and it's great that the Polish Association and our president, Mr. Marek, is actually organizing it very well with Kate as well. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and also I'd like to announce that we already have a place as well for the ICD meeting after Krakow, which is going to be Japan. We asked Mr.
Everybody, wow,
Ishii,
that's Japan.
Because obviously during the convention we could not go there. We had an online convention because of COVID, and Mr. Ishii and the Zensoren, the Japanese Funeral Corporation of Funeral Directors, accepted to host the ICD meeting. So we have Krakow, September next year, and then June 2025 in Japan, and then 2026 we may already have a place as well. Bill, Christine? No. 26.
26. Charlotte? Yeah, it's going to be 2026, but we don't have the exact date.
No, not the exact date, but we have a place.
It's going to be in October in Charlotte, in 2026, but the exact dates have not been nailed down. We'll be done probably sometime this week or next.
Yeah. So this is planning ahead, okay? So you need to have a diary for 2026 already, okay? To put something in there, which is great. I think that is always good to have those, because people can prepare. So September we have actually a specific date, and people can really put in their diary, and it's really great that we have that as well. I'm sure next year we're going to have then the specific date for Japan as well, Mr. Ishii. Is that right? Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, absolutely.
皆さん、北島前会長がフィアットユフタの皆さんに大変お世話になりました。会長が終わって昨年日本国から北島会長は勲章をいただきました。
Mr. Kitajima is very appreciated that he was the president of FIAT IFTA, and last year he was awarded in Japan by the government.
改めて皆さんに感謝を申し上げたいと思います。
We would like to say thank you very much again.
そして2021年6月にフィアットイフタ創立50周年、そして我々全総連創立65周年の大会がリモートで開催せざるを得なくなりました。
So, regarding 2021 convention, it was the anniversary. It was the anniversary convention for FIAT IFTA, and Japanese organization, so Zen Soren. However, unfortunately, we have like a remote convention. We would like to, at the time, we wanted to meet face to face, but unfortunately, because due to COVID-19, we couldn't meet on the spot.
いつか日本で皆さんをお迎えしたいというふうに考えておりましたが、今回このような話を聞いて大変嬉しく思っています。
Actually, we are thinking that someday we would like to welcome you all, and then so yesterday I heard this good news from the Emerson.
2024年6月、日本、多分横浜になると思いますが、全総連を挙げて皆さんを歓迎しておりますので、ぜひお越しください。
So actually, yesterday we decided to have the convention so in Japan, 2025 in June, and maybe the location will be in Yokohama. It is near Tokyo. So we are very, very, very welcoming you all in Japan.
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. President. And I'll just share something with you. I know that the preparations for the convention in Krakow are really underway quite nicely. So we have great expectations from there. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. Okay, now we're going to have then presentation from Christian, please. I'll just put that presentation up.
Thank you, Emerson.
Okay. Christian, you have the PowerPoint?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. And we have some new information that we'd like to share with you. On a very regular basis, the National Funeral Directors Association prepares a lot of research in funeral service so that it can help all of us do our jobs better. So I wanted to share some of this information. You can see on the slide in front of you our projected cremation and burial rates in the United States. In 2040, we are expected to be at 78%. But you can see on the United States map that we still have quite a few states who are in the 20 and 30% range. So we have very, very traditional funeral services, and it's something that many of you have figured out with cremation and making sure that the families have the best service possible. I think many funeral directors in the United States who had a 100% burial rate and now they're at 50% cremation are having a really difficult time. Next. Thank you. So some new statistics that we did a cremation business practices study in 2022, and we wanted to find out and show our members that having a crematory actually will be profitable for your business. And funeral directors are always looking for how to make money and how to save money. So it's one of the things that we're always looking to help them with. And so you can see by the chart that in 2022, when we ask those that own crematories, will it increase your market share? 70 to 80% said that it definitely would. Next slide. And then because of COVID, even though online funeral planning has always been available, many in the United States did not offer this. And so since COVID, we have most, if not a lot of funeral homes that are offering online planning. And so one of the things that we wanted to do is we didn't ask funeral directors, we wanted to ask consumers what they thought about online planning. And and so you can see that the question was, did did you make funeral memorial service arrangements online with a funeral home? So the question was, 25% said yes, 40% said yes, I started the arrangement process, but I still needed a funeral director. And then we wanted to know, if you did do your funeral arrangements online, was it helpful? And so you can see on the right side, how would you best describe the process of making arrangements online? 55%, almost 55% said it was a good experience, but I still needed the assistance of a funeral director. So the purpose of this question to consumers was to show funeral directors that they're still needed. Even though you may have an online portal or you have an online service that you're providing to your consumers, you still need to have some kind of interaction with consumers. Next slide, please. So here we ask consumers, you know, how confident would you feel in planning and executing a funeral memorial service without the help of a funeral director? So do we still need funeral directors? As consumers, do we still need funeral directors? And yes, we still need funeral directors. Funeral directors are still very important because only 13% said that they would be confident to do the entire funeral without the help of a funeral director. Next slide. So again, this just shows that do funeral directors still matter? Yes, 68% said that and these are people that had no service. So down below, you have no service, virtual service, post-COVID service, and pre-COVID service. And so what we found is that if you had a service before COVID, you definitely wanted to make sure that you used a funeral director. But as time went on through COVID, we have found that consumers have a little bit more confidence in planning their own funerals, those of their loved ones. So I think this is an opportunity. As a consumer now, if I'm the consumer, I feel as though I can plan my funerals of my loved ones. And that's not good for funeral directors. So it's really important that you get out into the community and let your communities know that they still do need a funeral director. They can't do it all. They may think they can because of COVID, and during COVID, some of them had to, you know, do a lot of the services themselves or some of the experiences because they couldn't come together as a family. Next slide. But probably most important is, are funerals still valuable? And again, pre-COVID, 75% said absolutely. Post-COVID, it actually went up. And I think what that shows is that during COVID, at least in the United States, many people did not have the opportunity to come together and grieve together as a family. And they missed that, and it has affected them in their grief process. I think that's why we're having some huge societal issues, at least in the United States. We have a very high rate of death with people committing suicide and opioid overdose. And I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that people could not come together during COVID and really express their grief of all the people who died. Next slide. And many of you in your countries may have celebrants, but celebrants are still a new concept in the United States. And we wanted to find out of our members how many of them actually have trained celebrants on staff. And so you can see we're seeing more and more individuals who are becoming trained celebrants because in the United States we have fewer and fewer people who are religious. And so we want to make sure, funeral directors want to make sure that they are able to actually service and serve the communities where there may not be a big religious component. Next slide. So we wanted to find out, some people would say, of course price matters, right? Price matters for everything that we purchase. So what we wanted to find out when we asked this question, so what's the main reason for not having a funeral? In 2022, it was 37% was price, and in 2020, it was only 10%. So the economy in the United States is very, very difficult right now, and so a lot of people feel as though they're being squeezed with the dollars that they have, and when they're looking at funerals, they're looking at it being too expensive today. Next slide. So what we also believe that as a consumer, I do not know the value that a funeral director has, so it's extremely important to show the community that you serve and those that walk in your front door the value of having a memorial service or commemorating the life of a loved one. And so you can see here that it's important, less important today, the importance of communicating the value of a service in 2022 is 38%, and in 2020 is 48%. I think what that shows is that funeral directors have been very busy in their business, and they have not gotten out into the community, and they haven't expressed the importance of what it is that they do each and every day. They're doing what is important, but they're not communicating that to the families, and that is critically important. It's the working in your business or on your business, and you really need to be working on your business. Next slide. So we know virtual funerals are here to stay. I don't know if that's the same in all of your countries, but in the United States it definitely is. Huge increase from 2020 to 2022 of almost double that attending a virtual funeral is a good option and almost as good as attending in person. I don't know how you all feel about that, but some funeral directors would say, no, I don't think it's it's not the same as attending in person. But for those of us who are doing this work each and every day, most of the time you want somebody in your facilities if you have a facility. If you don't have a facility, it probably isn't important. Next slide. Formaldehyde, I know, is an issue in the United States, in the EU, and maybe other parts of the world. But the United States, the EPA is actually looking at the possibility of banning formaldehyde. And so the association has taken on a really important role in trying to educate the EPA on what formaldehyde is and how safe it can be. So next slide, please. So NFDA actually commissioned a formaldehyde exposure study, and we're very fortunate to have it published in the Journal of Occupational and Environmental Health. And what that study showed was that we are under the current limits. And so all of that information has been presented to the EPA, and the EPA will look at all of that information and make a decision on whether they will ban formaldehyde. And they're not just looking at banning formaldehyde for funeral service, it's a across the border ban of formaldehyde. As you can imagine, formaldehyde is being used very minusculely in funeral service compared to other industries. Next slide. And we're very excited that we are going to be conducting some global research, and these are the countries and the continents that we're going to be looking at. Our Global Advisory Committee has been talking to us about the possibility of doing research across the world to find out what's happening in funeral service. So we're going to start in these areas. Next slide, please. And we're actually working on questions right now. The committee is developing some questions. How important is it to have the funeral to commemorate the life of a loved one? How meaningful was the funeral and memorial service? If you have any thoughts or ideas on what other questions we could ask, this is just a few of them, but all this information we'll share with all of you so that you have it, and it'll be a compilation of all the countries together, but then we will be able to specifically let you know what's being said in your country. Next slide. Hopefully all of you know, if you don't, we have a consumer, NFDA has a consumer portal, and it's Remembering a Life, and it's got great information. Please go there. A lot of the information is consumer focused, And so anything that you want to pull off of there and put on your own websites, you're able to do that. The Funeral Service Foundation is something that we're very, very proud of. Mr. Wapner was the chair of that foundation a few years back, and they do some really, really good work for funeral service all over the world. Next slide, please. And here are a couple of the resources. I have some of them with me if any of you want to take a look at them. But if you scan that code, you can actually go right online, and all of the materials are free. Youth in Funerals is a great, great resource. Many funeral directors do not know how to communicate the importance of having children at funerals. And what this booklet does, it walks you through exactly what to say and how to have that conversation with the family. Because research has shown that it is important to have children at funerals. Next slide, please. And the latest booklet that has just been commissioned and finished is When a Child Dies. Unfortunately, in the United States, we're seeing a lot of school shootings, and this booklet is being sent all over, actually all over the world, so that, again, communities can come together and help when children die, because it is a very, very difficult thing to comprehend and to actually have a community come together and grieve. So this has been specifically put together with people who work in the pediatric area of grief, so that it's not something that's been written by funeral directors. It's actually written by experts in the field. Next slide, please. And welcome to Las Vegas. For those of you who have never been, I invite you to come to our convention in September 10th. Registration is open. You can book everything online, and we would hope to see many of you there. Next slide, please. You have an opportunity to really come together. We'll have an international reception. We did not have one in Baltimore, but we're expecting quite a few people from all over the world. So it'll be a great opportunity for you all to see one another and just network with people who have like minds and are in the same field. Next slide. And we just welcome you to being an NFDA member. Thank you for those of you who are NFDA members. We really value your membership, and anything that we can do to continue to help support you, please let us know. And I think this might be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Don't think we have any other business, Mr. President? No? So you can... just before Mr. President closes our meeting, we're going to have lunch soon after this, but before lunch, we'd like to have a picture of everyone. So if you leave here promptly, and we go all in front of the hotel? In front of the hotel, where a picture of all the group is going to be taken. So, but we need to go there quickly so that we can take the picture, then you can have lunch and have some time to rest before we start. And we start at 2 p.m., okay? So our conference starts 2 p.m. here, okay? So all come back here for 2 p.m. Yes, okay? Caroline? Yeah. Can you have the microphone? Tomorrow, yeah, in front of the hotel. Now, but we're gonna let you know after the conference today exactly the details as well. Okay.
So I want to refer back to the last year in Budapest. Was an interesting speech, maybe by APAR, about the International Day of Funeral Workers or Employee. It's I think is a very important recognition for our co-workers. And from Hungary, a lot of members were asking how to declare it.
Okay.
So when I search into Google, there are 2 dates for this International Day. One is what we heard last year, from APAR is the 3rd of November. And the other one is maybe from the USA is maybe March. It will be great to declare it and confirm by UN maybe, and use it and promote it. In Hungary, we want to promote it if it possible.
Okay, yeah, we're in discussions with Alpar about that as well, because they came with that proposal. So hopefully by next year we should have a proposal on that one as well. Okay, thank you. Marek?
Okay, thank you so much, everybody, for that you have been here for what nice couple hours. I think we had really nice discussion, and I would like to officially close the meeting. And I would like to first time, I think second time, because in Japan we had an online conference, and today also we are online on the YouTube channel. That means we are growing also in the internet. Thank you so much. Have a good day, and see you up front of the doors to the hotel.
Okay, Emerson, I think we should start, yes? Dear colleagues, friends, members of the FIAT IFTA, members of the Union of the Bulgarian Association, I'm really glad once again that we see each other on the conference. We would like to start immediately, but you'll feel a bit like in the cinema. Before we will start, we will put some commercials. It's important. But first of all, I would like to thank all the sponsors who are here, who are helping Atanas and the FIAT IFTA to organize this meeting. The company Crossing World Group, Carsol Company, Pilato, Anubis Assistance, Pasledna Počet, Alpha, Link M, Urcioli Strealotto, Sofia Crematorium, Extreme Care, Varna Crematorium, Body something. Sorry for the gentleman or lady who invests the money, but I cannot read. And Probiacton. And now we would like to first of all start the movie of Calfrisa. They sent us a movie. Do we have the representative of Calfrisa? Please just stand up and show you that you are here. Everybody can see you. And the master of ceremony, Emerson, is starting the movie. second company is from Italy, probably one of the biggest and global suppliers of funeral cars, hearses. And please stand up, the family Pilato. Once again, thank you very much to all the sponsors. And now I wish you a nice, pleasant conference. And I'm passing the microphone to my friend.
Thank you, Mark. Glad to see everyone got back from lunch because we've got a good afternoon program planned. We've talked about UNESCO, and we are celebrating the convention that happened 2003 on intangible cultural heritage, and this was what created the organization that Fiat IFTA is a part of, with our funeral heritage, preserving things that are intangible in that they're not like a monument or a physical thing, but they're traditions, they're customs, and we don't want to lose those to the world. There's a lot of very unique practices in funeral service, and our goal is to preserve those things for posterity, and we work with UNESCO in order to do that. So we have a quick video, I believe.
just hope that this video will inspire us as well to continue our work with the Heritage Committee and celebrating 20 years of the 2003 convention and Fiat IFTA being part of that convention, obviously of the UNESCO intangible heritage culture safeguarding. We are really proud to be part of that, hence the fact that we're celebrating with UNESCO the 20 years of the 2003 convention. And now I would like to invite our first speaker. Yes, you can introduce yourself. I think we need to change the...
Казвам се Миглена Ангелова и съм телевизионен журналист и продуцент. Благодаря, че сте тук. Много ми е приятно. Аз съм в качеството си на перфектния клиент на всяка погребална агенция, защото съм активно търсещ човек, активно търсещ отговорите на задачите, свързани с единственото сигурно събитие в моя живот. И именно това търсене на тези задачи и голямата ми любов към моите близки преди 10 години стана повод да се замислим с мои колеги за разработването на една платформа, която да даде възможност на хора като мен да покажат любовта си към семейството си, към своите близки, като не ги натоварват в страшните моменти, да ги оставят сами и те съвсем да не знаят за какво става дума. Така. Имам удоволствието да ви представя един продукт, който през последните 5-6 години разработваме доста активно с моите колеги при участието на хора извън България и на хора в България, на които съм много благодарна и които ще спомена накрая с голямо удоволствие. Една от целите на платформата е да разшири възможностите на погребалните фирми и да им осигури информирани и активни клиенти като мен. Ние вярваме, че е назряло времето за културни промени по принцип в сферата и търсим партньори с визия за бъдещето предимно от Европейския съюз, поне на първо време. Интернет платформата, която ви презентираме, е предназначена за Европейския съюз, но аз и моите колеги считаме, че тя е подходяща за всяка една географска територия с активна вътрешна миграция. И аз съм сигурна, че вие ще разберете защо, след като ви я представя. Много често мигриралите хора, тези, които работят и живеят далеч от своите семейства и от своите родни места, не познават регулациите, свързани с смъртта и погребенията нито в местата, в които живеят, нито в местата, в които са родени, защото доста отдавна са се отделили оттам. Темата за смъртта традиционно се избягва и в нашата култура, и в културата на западния свят, според мен, на доста места. И когато имаме предвид местни хора, то те поне са чували или са присъствали на разговори, свързани с решаването на подобни въпроси, докато хората, които да живеят извън своите семейства, далеч от тях, те даже не са присъствали на подобни разговори. Аз имам 4 деца, 75% от моите деца живеят в чужбина и представа нямат за какво става дума. Много често мигриралите хора също така не обсъждат с близките си желанията си, свързани с смъртта, с начина, по който искат да бъдат погребани. Няма да се спирам на травмите, които остават, когато някой от семейството на хора, които живеят далеч един от друг, си отиде и останалите не знаят нищо, нито за неговите желания, как той да бъде погребан, нито за неговите виждания относно вида на мемориалната служба, нито за приятелския кръг, нито дори познават често религиозните му убеждения и съвсем не знаят как те са оставени сами със себе си. Аз предполагам, че вие знаете много повече по тези въпроси. Както казах, много често хората, които живеят далеч, не познават приятелския кръг на своите близки. Същото се отнася, между другото, и за близките им хора. И огромен стрес причинява контактната информация, свързана с приятелския кръг на починалия близък човек, ровенето в телефона, търсенето и гадаенето кого да поканим на погребение, кого не, или само да уведомим, причинява незабравим стрес. И аз мисля, че всички тук присъстващи знаете за това по-добре от мен. Също така много често хората, които живеят далеч, нямат и представа за виртуалното наследство на своите роднини. Тук имам предвид далеч не само социалните мрежи, между другото, но и платените абонаменти за различните апликации, сметките в виртуалните банки, също така паролите на устройствата, които съдържат много лична информация и които са истинско изпитание за близките, когато погребат свой близък човек. Аз самата имам няколко виртуални банки в телефона и не искам те да умрат заедно с мен. Така, през 21 век ние живеем и дори умираме в интернет. Сега живеем цял живот, изграждаме цели личности, вселени, виртуални и как трябва да се обяви смъртта на хората, които ни познават само чрез интернет, ние много често дори не знаем. Бавно, тромаво, с малки крачки, но сигурно 21 век влиза и в погребалната индустрия. И в крайна сметка до някъде ще я цифровизира. Вие знаете, появиха се много стартапи, които предлагат на хората решение на много главоблъсканици, позволяват им да планират цифровото си наследство и дори да пишат в Twitter и в Facebook от гроба. Или като неотдавна появилия се стартап от Южна Корея, когато всеки роднина може да общува със своя близък буквално от отвъдното. В авангарда, разбира се, са Съединените американски щати, Великобритания и Австралия. Но аз във всички случаи не искам да ви шокирам с трудно приложими в нашата култура нововъведения. Искам да ви представя платформата, която стартираме пилотно в България през септември тази година. Наобщо казано, тя е съставена от 3 равноценни части, които сега ще ви представя, и те са изцяло предназначени за потребителите. Но имаме и една част, която е предназначена само за погребалните агенции и аз ще ви я представя в края. Така. Факти и идеи, това е разделът, от който всички наши партньори от погребалните агенции и фирми ще могат да захранват социалните си мрежи. Тук се съдържа интересна, актуална, често забавна информация, която е подготвена от професионални журналисти. Това е новинарския сегмент, включително и събитието, на което присъстваме сега. А това е самия раздел. Ние искахме цялата платформа да изглежда цветно, красиво, весело, по никакъв начин да не натоварва и да създава желанието да се върнеш отново към нея. Това е цялата тематика, всички статии са разделени в 12 сегмента, които ние ще предложим за използване. Втората част, моето пространство, всеки потребител може да остави своите желания, за да спести допълнителното натоварване на своите близки. Достъпът до базисните функции при това е напълно безплатен. Улеснили сме нашите потребители с въпросници, с съвети и като цялата необходима информация е разделена на 6 части в съответните раздели. От тук всеки потребител ще може да избере и контактне избраната от него погребална агенция, която някога след много години да се погрижи за него, и самата погребална агенция, когато тя е наш партньор, ще бъде веднага уведомена за това. Няма сега да влизам в подробности за под нивата на тази платформа, но тук имахме много проблеми за решаване. Решихме ги и с сигурността, и с достъпа, и с създаването на база данни, с уникални идентификационни кодове и така нататък. Беше сложно, но мисля, че се справихме. В третата част, мемориал, върху картата на съответната държава, съгласно нейното административно делене, ще бъдат нанесени погребалните агенции, с които платформата работи. Отделно има страници, разбира се, за крематориумите, за гробищните паркове, за залите за прощаване, и ние се надяваме по този начин да улесним всички, които търсят решения, за да могат да ги нанесат в предишния раздел. Всяка погребална агенция ще бъде представена със своя страница. Тук нямам време да се спирам на това, но те са много красиви, много добре са направени, много са подробни. Там има също така интересни функционалности. Включена е информация за последните направени погребения от дадена агенция, с възможност близките на починалия да разкажат за него. Всички тези функционалности са сложни, мога да ви ги покажа. Но сега ми се иска да обърна вниманието ви върху най-интересната част, според мен, която би трябвало много да ви вълнува. Това е личния кабинет на погребалната агенция. Направихме го толкова цветен, защото знаем, че не ви е лесно ежедневието и ми се иска поне цветовете малко така да ви разсейват и да ви връщат към добрите неща в живота. Много се гордеем с тази част. Достъп до нея ще имат единствено оторизираните служители на конкретната агенция, която е наш партньор. Цялата въвеждана от агенцията информация ще се съхранява на нейния основен компютър. Нашите партньори погребални агенции на съответната държава ще получат без никакви предварителни инвестиции, подчертавам, един продукт, който да предложат на своите клиенти. И по този начин ще се създадат нови съвременни услуги, които променят бранша според нас към по-добро. Обърнете внимание тук на електронните пакети. В момента, докато вие разговаряте с вашия нов клиент и въвеждате основната информация за него, системата ще е подготвила вече електронното съобщение за смърт, съобщението за прощалния ритуал и поканите свързани с него, информация за социалните мрежи и така нататък. Дори само електронното съобщение за смърт спестява часове прозвънявания на близки, изслушване на съкрушаващи реакции. За развитието на платформата ние ще продължим да разчитаме на съвместната си работа с хора от бранша. А след септември ще търсим партньори в държави от Европейския съюз, с които заедно като равноправни партньори да изградим една по-мащабна модерна услуга. Подготвила съм визитки за всички желаящи, мисля, че има достатъчно, така че ако ви интересува, ще се радвам да си партнираме. Имах 15 минути, надявам се да съм се вложила в тях. Само една минутка. Благодаря, разбира се, на организаторите и на FIAT IFTA за възможността да ви разкажа за тази платформа. Благодаря, разбира се, специално на господин Атанас Аргиров и на господин Кирил Стоянов. Благодарение на тези двама души, многото време, които те ни отделяха, ние успяхме да надградим една идея и да я превърнем, надявам се, в работещ проект, с който те да се гордеят, не само ние да се хвалим с него. Много ви благодаря за вниманието. Ако имате въпроси. Нямате въпроси? Много добре. До скоро.
Да благодарим на госпожа Миглена Ангело за отлично представената презентация и възможността да се запознаем с тази нова платформа. Тя е нова идея, която да, дай Боже, всичко да бъде благополучно, да се развие, да има успехи, да заработи. Пък в бъдеще може да бъдем и партньори като асоциация с платформата. Благодаря още веднъж.
Добре дошли на всички. Welcome everybody. В далечното минало всеки народ е имал своите вярвания и ритуали. На мъртвите се е оказвала почет, давани са дарове и други. Окей. Окей. Чува ли се сега? Добре. В отделните области на Европа отношението към починалия е било различно. Благодарение на особеностите в обичаите, археолозите в съответствие на определение в състояние да определят какъв е произхода на човека, чието останки те са намерили. България е държава, която от официалното си създаване до ден днешен не си е сменяла името и българският народ е запазил своята идентичност и език. България на тези територии е основана през 681 година от новата ера. Няма как да обхванем такъв голям период от повече от 1300 години. Ще разгледаме последните 200 години, 19 и 20 век и до днес. Обичаите и обредите, свързани с смъртта и погребението, са най-консервативните от семейните обичаи. При тях връзката между обредната практика и вярванията се съхраняват най-дълго време. Според народните представи съществуват разнообразни признаци и случки, които предвещават смърт в семейството, както и определени сънища, чието тълкуване се възприема като прокоба за смърт. Сред тях са появата на змия в двора или къщата, кацането на бухал или кокомявка в двора, когато кокошка пропее като петел, снасянето на яйце без жълтък, пукането на градите на къщата и много други. За неутрализиране на прокобата се предприемат различни символични противодействия. Умирането и умиращият са табуизирани и се обозначават с изразите бере душа, пътник, покойник. Християните смятат, че начинът на настъпване на смъртта се предопределя от начина на живот на вярващия. Праведните умират лесно, докато грешниците имат мъчителна смърт. Обикновено близките се стремят да обличат настъпването на смъртта с палене на свеж, четене на молитва, даване на прошка. Смята се, че архангел Михаил взема душата на човека, като му подава златна ябълка или изважда с меч. Веднага след настъпване на смъртта, ако не е настъпила през нощта, се известява за нея и започва подготовката за погребението. Затварят очите на покойника, запалват свеж или кандил, покриват огледалата, иконите и картините в къщата, изливат водата от съдовете, спират часовника, отварят вратата или прозорците на къщата, за да излезе душата безпрепятствено. На сутринта възрастни жени къпят и обличат покойника в нови дрехи и го полагат в къщата за поклонение. Най-отдолу обличат мъртвешка риза, която представлява парче бяло платно с дупка на главата, за главата, което не се реже и не се шие. Обикновено се облича и част от сватбеното облекло, особено за жените в Западна България, и някои дрехи се обличат наопаки. По време на къпането премерват и ръста на покойника и на места с този бял конец правят дълга свеж, която гори на погребението и по време на помените. Ръцете и краката се вързват и остават така до момента на пускането в гроба, когато връзките се свалят, за да може покойникът да се движи на ония свят. Поклонението се извършва в къщата, като идващите да се простят носят цветя, плодове и други дребни подаръци, които оставят в ковчега при краката на мъртвия. Ковчега, освен цветя и лични вещи, на покойника близките слагат още монета, сол, жито, хляб. След опилото, солта, житото и хлябът се вземат, за да не се отнесе късмета на къщата, и се дават в кърмата на домашните животни или се слагат в храната на погребението и помените до 40-тия ден. В началото на оплакването и прощаването с мъртвия започва след като той е стъкмен и положен. Обредното оплакване от жените родственици е задължителен елемент на традиционното погребение. Вярва се, че неоплакан покойник може да се превъплати. Оплакването се прекратява след спускането на ковчега в гроба и се възстановява при помените след третия ден. Прощаването включва целуване на покойника или на ръцете му, кръстене на гърдите, запалване на свеж и полагане на цветя, плодове и дребни подаръци. Една от основните грижи на близките е да се предотврати превъплъщаването на мъртви и за това се спазват редица правила при погребението и се вземат задължителни профилактични мерки. Сред тях е грижата винаги да гори свеж при покойника, да не се подава нищо през тялото или гроба, през нощта да не се остава сам и за това обикновенно го пази стара жена, която внимава да не го прескочи куче или котка. В извънредни случаи се вземат и допълнителни мерки, за да не се превърне покойникът във вампир. Дървеният кръст и ковчегът за погребението се изработва след настъпване на смъртта в двора на къщата от мъже роднини или от професионален дърводелец. При изработването на ковчега също се спазват определени правила. Едновременно с ковчега и кръста, жени роднини приготвят обредни хлябове и храната за погребението. Най-напред омесват пита пътнина, която изяждат край покойника. За погребение и помен се месят определен брой хлябове, които имат различна окраса и названия: архангелски хляб, архангелово, блюдо, господния хляб, препешник. Заедно с основните хлябове се приготвят и просфорки, малки хлебчета. Те се раздават на погребението. Задължително при погребение се приготвя и варено жито. Колево, което се казва в различните региони: колево, жито, куча, пшеница. То се раздава на гробищата след закопаване на гроба. Задължителна част от подготовката за погребение е изкопаването на гроба, при което също се спазват определени правила и забрани. Трябва да се прикади стамян, да се прилее с вино и се палят 5 свещи, 4 въглити и 1 в средата. Приема се, че погребението започва след като са извършени всички подготвителни действия и в момента, в който тялото се изнесе от къщата. Това става задължително в присъствието на свещеник, който прочита прилежащите молитви. Тялото на покойника се изнася от къщата, след като се простили с него роднините, близки и приятели, и след като свещеника му е чел. Погребалното шествие от дома до гробището има строго определена последователност. Отпред върви свещеник, след него жената с колевото, това е житото, след нея мъж с кръста и след него ковчегът с покойника, който е носен на ръце. Или каран на волска кола в някои планински райони на ширина. Край ковчега вървят жените опаквачки и най-близките хора от семейството. Задължителен елемент на традиционното християнско погребение е опелото, който се извършва в гробищната черква или при липса на такава направо на гроба. Вярва се, че неопят покойник ще се превъплати и ще се връща да вреди на живите. По време на комунистическото управление от 1944 до 1989 година, комунистическата власт решава да сложи техни правила в тази специфична дейност и през 1980 година създава държавни структури, чрез които налага свои изисквания. Забраняват се религиозните ритуали, забранява се използването на храмовете за всички религиозни общности и се въвежда граждански ритуал. При погребението се забраняват кръста при християните и се въвежда пирамида, която важи и за другите вероизповедания. На тази снимка се вижда, че отсъства свещеник и се носи пирамида. Близките на починалите през този период се криеха и викаха свещеник да опее покойника тайно в късно вечер или през нощта, за да не бъдат наказани от комунистическия репресивен апарат. След спускането на ковчега в гроба, всички присъстващи хвърлят шепа пръст и си тръгват без да се обръщат назад. След това гроба се зарива от гробарите. Тогава се прекратява и оплакването. Задължително участниците в погребението да се измият ръцете на гробището, да хапнат от житото, което им раздава роднинска жена, и да се върнат по друг път до в къщата на покойника, където близките са сложили погребална трапеза. Понякога трапезата е на самия гроб или на определено място в гробището. Трапезата задължително се прекадява от свещеник, понякога се извършва и водосвет в къщата. При поднасянето на храните и напитките на трапезата се казва Бог да прости. Погребалната трапеза е особено тържествена. Свещеникът седи на почетно място. Обикновено се остава и празно място за покойника. Храните на трапезата са обредни и са съобразени с сезона и християнския календар. По време на поста се подава постна храна, а в другите периоди задължително се коли курбан, обикновено овен. На трапезата се даряват кърпи или други тъкани, като задължително дар получават гробарите и мъжете, които правят ковчега, жените готвачки и всички, които са помагали при подготовка на погребението. За всеки покойник след погребението се правят помени с посещение на гроба до навършване на 1 или 3 години след смъртта. Православните християни извършват помен на покойните си роднини на 3-я, 9-я, 20-я и 40-я ден след смъртта, които наричат съответно третини, деветини, 20 и 40. На 40-я ден гробът се изравнява и след това помените се разреждат и се правят на 3, 6, 9 месеца и на 1 година. В началния период, след погребението, най-близките жени посещават гроба ежедневно, рано сутрин, преди изгрева на слънцето. Понякога и 2 пъти дневно, сутрин и вечер. Тези ежедневни посещения на различни места продължават до края на първата седмица, до 9-я ден или до 40-я ден. В този период покойника се нарича прясна душа. И при посещението си, жените извършват стандартни обредни действия на гроба. Прикадяват гроба, запалват свеж или кандило, преливат гроба с вода и вино, раздават храна за душата на покойника. При тези посещения се извършва и оплакване на покойника, с изключение на 3-я ден, когато се спазва обредно мълчание. На отделни помени се извършват по-големи раздавания и на гроба присъстват повече хора. Най-често всички, които са били на погребението. Общото название на помените е различно в различни райони на България. Износване, носене, износи, поноси, струване, струвило, помен, помана, софра, кадене, поклон, полагане. Третини се нарича посещението на гроба на следващия ден след погребението, което става рано сутрин преди изгрева на слънцето. Вярва се, че до 3-я ден след смъртта душата на преди излиза слънцето в пълно мълчание. Обикновенно на гроба отиват 3 стари жени, които обикалят 3 пъти гроба и го прикадяват, забождат въглите, вретина и скелитки чесън, запалват много свещи, така че гробът да свети. Или го опалват с кълчища, които са намотани около вретината по начин да образуват огнен кръг и изричат определени заклинания, за да остане покойника в гроба и да не се превърне във вампир. Донесената от жените храна за мъртвия се изяжда от тях мълчаливо на гроба, след това жените се разотиват. Вярва се, че до 3-я ден след смъртта душата остава в къщата, а след това до 40-я ден, обикаля всички места, по които покойника е ходил преживе. Затова и помените се правят по-начесто именно през този период, защото се смята, че покойникът като прясна душа все още не е напуснал окончателно света на живите. Броят на обредните хлябове за помен обикновено отговаря на дните за помена. На третини се правят 3 хляба, на деветини 9, на 20 се правят 20, на 40 се прави 40 хляба. На деветини и на 20 на гроба отиват повече хора. Раздават се повече разнообразни храни, за Бог да прости, и е задължително присъствието на свещеник, който чете за упокойна молитва. Сред храните има обредни хлябове, варено жито, плодове според сезона, готвени гозби и любими храни на покойника. Обикновено на гроба се носят първите озрели плодове, от които живите могат да едат едва след като са раздали за мъртвите. На всички помени гробът се прекадява. Остава се съд с вода, за да пие душата. Запалват се свещи или кандило, за да е светло по пътя й към отвъдния свят. Гробът се прелива с вода и вино, покойникът се оплаква. Особено тържествено се отбелязва 40-те ден след смъртта, когато се извършва равняването на гроба. На 40-те се събират най-много хора, обикновено всички, които са присъствали на погребението. Свещеникът чете молитва и после символично заравнява гроба, който до този момент е могила, и по това пресният гроб се отличава от останалите християнски гробове. Втория курбан се дава за поменник именно на 40 ден. Първия на погребението, а последния на помена на едната година. Освен много и разнообразни храни, след които задължително се дава жито колево, обреден хляб и курбан, на този помен се раздават дрехите на покойника, както и дарове на близки роднини, според вярването, че всичко раздадено за душата на покойника ще му се намери на оня свят. На някои места дрехите на покойника се дават на негов връстник от същия пол, който трябва да ги облече и с тях да се присъедини на помена на трапезата. Този човек се явява символичен заместител на мъртвия. Вярва се, че на 40 ден душата окончателно напуска света на живите и се отправя към оня свят, светът на мъртвите, към който се приобщава окончателно в края на първата година. Поменът на годината след смъртта също се отбелязва тържествено, в присъствието на повече хора и на свещеник, и на различни места се нарича годишнина, цаленина, склопяване. На отделни места след изтичане на една година от смъртта се отбелязват нечетни годишнини 3, 5, 7 и 9. Но също ежегодно се отбелязват и отбелязва и датата на смъртта, като гробът се посещава от близките, палят се свещи, прелива се с вода и се раздават храни за душата на мъртвия. Наред с индивидуалните помени и за покойника, в дните на общите задушници, в България всяка година има по 3, на гробището се почитат душите на починалите от близките. Най-свещеният надгробен знак за българите, православни и католици, е кръстът, наречен кръст или кукла. Кръстът се забива до главата на покойника, до годината се поставя постоянен кръст, най-често от камък. Тук може да видите кръстове, изработени от дърво. Говорим за 1955 година. Това вече са надгробни камъни, също изработени доста отдавна. Искам да ви обърна внимание на паметника, който е в ляво. Само от дълбока древност при изработването на паметници са съществували много добри майстори каменоделци. Имали сме школа още преди 300 години. Ето този паметник в ляво. Ето тук. Виждате го. Този паметник е изработен. Това е паметника на Нико Кроткия и е изработен 1775 година. Нали така пише горе, да. България има основното население на България, близо 80% и 82-3% може, е християни. И имаме 8% мюсюлмани и 0,2% юдеи. Това е по последната статистика на последното преброяване преди една година. Преди 2021 беше. Мюсюлманите се погребват по правилата на исляма, като имаме при нас една специфична разновидност. Ние имаме 3 групи, които изповядват мюсюлманска религия. Едната е българските турци, с етническо самосъзнание на турци. Втората група е роми, които изповядват исляма. И третата група са българи, които изповядват исляма, тъй наречените помаци. При тях има също определени различия при извършване на погребението, като българските турци се погребват изцяло по стандарта на исляма и спазват правилата на исляма. Българските цигани, роми имат и те до голяма степен спазват правилата на исляма, а българите, които изповядват исляма, това са българо-мухамеданите, наречените помаци, те имат нещо средно между християнския и мюсюлманския ритуал, като при тях тялото се подготвя като за християнин, облича се и се поставя с дрехи, защото мюсюлманите те са голи и се обработват и ги завиват в саван, в плат, се обличат в дрехи, поставят се в ковчег, но без кръст и се погребват в гробището. И юдеите се погребват изцяло по изискванията на юдизма. Имат си, но тя са малка общност в България. И пак да ви насоча към този паметник, пак и в самото начало, както започнах, това е, тези погребални обичаи са на повече от, казвам, България има погребални обичаи на повече от 1300 години. Няма как да обхванем целият този период, но този паметник е доказателство, последния, официално от кога имаме сериозни традиции в погребалния обред и в изработката на последствие на надгробни камъни и поддръжката на гробните места. И ще стана. Нещо се промени малко. Няма да може да го... И като заключение, ние се присъединяваме към 20 годишнината на ЮНЕСКО, свързана с с нематериалното културно наследство. Благодаря за вниманието. Ако имате въпроси, няма как да се обхване толкова обширна материя. В нашата етнография имаме няколко така значителни етнографии, които са систематизирали през годините погребалните обичаи и традиции. Ако трябва наистина задълбочено да представим тези традиции, трябва може би не 3 дена да сме във Варна, ами трябва да сме 30 дена във Варна. И след това да ви издадем по една диплома, че имате квалификация за вие да преподавате български погребални обичаи. Благодаря още веднъж.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agarov, for this insightful presentation on funeral culture here in Bulgaria. And I'm sure there are some elements that we can add to the 2004 Heritage Report. I just would like to announce that our next speaker, Maria Kraslateva, here from Bulgaria, unfortunately, she's not going to be able to make her presentation. She's not feeling well, hence the fact that she's not here today. And we wish her a speedy recovery. So I would like to introduce now Nuria Capdevila from Spain. She's the owner of the Power Robotics, and she's going to be doing then the next presentation. I will let you, Nuria, to do a bit more presentation of yourself as well. But thank you for being with us here this afternoon.
Thank you, Emerson. Okay. Thank you, Emerson, and Dobar den. Good afternoon. Thank you to FIFA IFTA to give me the opportunity to talk about sustainability. It's a huge subject. I would love to talk and explain a lot, but we have 30 minutes to talk. Then I will try to do all my best just to give an idea of how important is the sustainability, how as a leader, you can change things first inside your heart. Then let me know how it works out to change the things. Okay. Well. Then first. Next. Well, first I introduce a little bit. We will talk about 3 main topics. One, it will be the background of the context to understand why today we are talking about that, how important it is. Then the second is around you, how the sustainability needs to start with the heart of the leaders to change the strategy of the company. And then the third, and in the end, we make some inputs about best practice to understand and to materialize what we are talking about in the end. So don't be only something really, well, let's see. If I know how it works again. Excuse me. Like a pandemic, climatic change is a global crisis affecting all of us in every country, business, and community. Then we have downed, lost the marine diversity. Arctic could be free sea ice in 2030, they say the experts. The forest fire, and 1/3 of the polar bear population may disappear. Yes, please. Well, maybe we spend more than 13 minutes to talk about it, but sometimes it happens with the direct. Then we start with a video that we really think is really powerful because they are talking how climatic is moving and how important it is and how the experts they are thinking on it. This is a video from Netflix. Then the presentation is die.
Cross the boundary as far as aerosols are concerned. As we manipulate the planet's climate, we're literally playing with fire. Are we concerned about fighting the climate crisis? The window is still open for us to have a future for humanity. We still have a chance. What we do between 2020 and 2030, it will be the decisive decade for humanity's future on Earth. Human health, animal health, and environmental health, the three are so much linked. We've covered the whole planet with knowledge. The future is not determined. The future is in our hands. It's a remarkable time to be alive. You may never look at the world in the same way again.
Well, now is our time. When we start to make the industry, we use one earth to we use one earth to do the things. Now we need is the 9th slide, please. It's a pity, right? Now we need 1.5 hours to do the things that we do with our linear economy. Then let's move and decide it if you want to be in this line and have 2 Earth in 2035, or we want to be more circular and try to live with 1 Earth. Because the Earth didn't need us. It's us, we need the planet to survive. Then, here is a graphical diagram that, in my opinion, is really visual and it's understanding if we are not doing anything, how we're gonna go. If you see, if we are not doing anything, the climate, it's gonna be 4.48 degrees in, well, it's a lot of years, but it is not so many years, no? The sustainable development, we need to take care of our future generation. And our future generation, they cannot survive in this climate. If we are using the current policies, there start some countries that they start to try to palliate this situation. We will be in 3.35 degrees. Still, it's not super. Then after that, we have the COP, and we have governments that they are talking how we can improve it. Then optimistic policies today, they are 3 degrees. And then what we want to arrive is in 1.5. That means that we need to change everything. Because in the end, what we are doing is we use all resources and we are not reusing, you just throwing away and return back and that. But it's true that this is too much for us as the leaders. We cannot change a huge situation, but we can do something. For instance, today, the new generations, they don't want to work in a job that they don't have commitments. You know, they have a social activism that they have 13,000. That's a really important news. They said that his employees, the 85 of his employees, they are thinking that they are not doing enough. Then they have 40% of the young people that they don't want to work in a job that the company is not sustainable. This affects to us because in our business we need people to work also, and we need people that they are passionate in what they are doing. Then now they start companies, big companies, to move in that situation. The important thing to move is to know where you are today and where you want to be tomorrow, and create KPIs to follow how you are improved and how is your challenge. Have Microsoft, they say in 2033 we will remove the environment or carbon footprint emitted directly. Amazon, Walmart, Apple, all these biggest ones. It's true that today it's for law, because for legally you need to, big companies, they need to see the financial and reporting the sustainability. Then in the funeral context, because today we are here to talk about funeral context and thanatopraxy, they start to have some movements. Maybe you don't like, maybe you thinking you're greenwashing, maybe whatever, but they start to moving, because in the end, the important thing is to move to change. If you are not moving, you are not changing. That's clear. Then, for example, they have the decision of coming back. This is an urns, they are eco, that the idea is that cradle to cradle, you're born and you die and you return to the nature. This is the first philosophy when we talk about circular economy. Try to spend less resources as possible and return back. And then we have the human composting facility in USA, in America, sorry. Yes, they have to have some areas that it's possible to do that. You like, you don't like, you consider it's crazy. Well, but it's there. It's an option. Then we have the cryptomation, that is freezing a person. And then, well, it's another option. And then we have this that I considering is quite interesting. It's from Japan, that they decided to to replace the parts of the people that they are not there because maybe they died for an accident. Then how we can do that family, they see his relative that in the states that they remember in a good. Then this is a 3D model that they are doing with a sustainable materials. And well, it's interesting to see. And this is just a short example. So I imagine that you know more than me in that. I try, Emerson. Thank you. Then now I will talk about how leaders, real sit on the executive table if they mean business. If you want that your business survive, you also need to move. You also need to change. When we talk about ESG, it's not something new. Everybody knows what it means, no? Environment, social, governments. But now we need to think in also this, how we can implement it with the sustainability and the circularity in our business. Here I write some short, small examples, for example, environment, resources, biodiversity, ecological impact, social, equal opportunities, commitment, connections, governance, ethics. But this needs to come inside you. I start to say all the time in the heart of the leaders, because if you don't believe in something, it's really difficult that the others follow you. I know a lot of leaders, they say me, I want to do so many strategies on my company and nobody move a finger. Well, you really move it? Or you just say, let's be also, people, we have 3 main areas. One is you and yourself, it's intrinsic. The other is external, what you see, what you are thinking about me. And the other is a proposal, go more far away. Then in ESG, what we need to try is to be a legacy, that more far away that you are doing today, what they are thinking the others, if no, how impact I'm doing, in business. I know, sure, that you know exactly what I mean on that. Then this to be more practical, how we can integrate the sustainable goals. Sustainable goals, it's come from United Nations in 2050, and they decided that the current situation is not affordable. First, they do the millennial strategy, but it's not big enough to cover all the needs from the world. Then the sustainable goals, they come like around 165, if I'm not wrong, countries that they define it, that there are 17 topics that there are really impact to people once it's around economics, because in the end we are making business. Then it's important economics. The others, they are socials, because we are working with people and we are persons too. And the other is environment, because we live in Earth and we want to still be here. And we need to consider things like, climate, water. And then all that, they need to have a strong government. Because in the end, if you do something really good, but you do it once, but nobody knows how you do it and how you are planning that, it's like if I now start to do it with the committees, then it's gonna work some time, but then disappear. When you have a good government, everything they know. And one that for me is really interesting is the 71, that is the association and work together, cooperation, countries, private companies, public companies, be all together with the same goal, however business is different. Then, here I put a little bit in Europe how we are moving the green agenda. European agenda is the New Green Deal, Next Generation, Net Zero. I'm sure they have more around the world. Then this is the standards, how the standards they are moving. I was choose this one because they have so many, because this one they have a map of countries, how the amount taxonometry is related to standard of the sustainability. Maybe some of you, they know for the materials, components materials, if they are toxic or not, but it's more huge than that.
Then we see Europe, Russia, Mongolia, they already have. And standards, others, they start moving. Here, they also talk about greenwashing. This is something really interesting topic, no? Because now we see companies that they try to change and move and say, but look, they are doing greenwashing. Sometimes you do greenwashing because you don't know who to do better. Then it's the first step is move and try to do your best, then get knowledge from the others and improve together. And Europe and American, they start to have also standards to show you how you can don't do greenwashing. For example, if I say that this is sustainable, I need to say compare with what, or for what reason is sustainable. What you mean with that? This is to avoid greenwashing. Then the investors, it makes sense also now in business because the big companies, they need to report the sustainability. The small companies wants to work with the big companies. They need to consider that because if not, they are not a good partner for them. If you want to sell your company, you need to think on that because it's one of the points that the investors, they are considering today. Then it's not something just for big, it's for everybody. Here, again, it's because I don't sleep. I put a short list of internal benefits to have a sustainable report on your company, and then also external benefits. Here, I don't want to explain all. I put it here after. If you are interested, I can share my presentation. It's fine. It's just to get an idea. In the end, the main concept is internally, if you are measure what you are doing, which impact you have in each thing, you are able to challenge yourself. And you are able to make a strategy, a realistic strategy, and set my KPIs in 2035, in 2030, whatever you consider, because your business, you know more than me, how it's going to move. Also, we need to consider that now it's moving fast because everybody's moving. Then it's easiest. No, if you want to buy a eco cough today, they already have a lot. And if big companies they are buying because it's part of this strategy, that means that small funerarias, they also can buy it because they already have a gross selling of that. Then it's really interesting. And then the external is the view is you have more people that they are happy to work in your business because it's not working only in a funerarian or in a taxonometry, if not also do something good for the world. Then if you want to sell it, you are more attractive because you already have job done. If you want, I say selling all the time because what I see in Spain, because I'm making a report, is that more and more small funerarias, they are selling big ones. Then it's something that it can happen and it makes sense, in my opinion, because then if you are bigger, you have more governments and it's easy to escalate it and be more professionally, maybe you are professional, you know more than that, but it's interesting. And then this is the building new world. The new world is the 80% of the people, they will live in big cities. This is something that they are start talking, and they are trying cities to improve the cities to be able to live all together with good quality of life. Then the funerarian market also needs to consider that. We have the space that we have the resources that we have. Then who need to be in the future? We need to be more sustainable, more resilient, more flexible, super efficient, people-centered, and new generation funeral homes. Then here I put a little bit the different sections that we can find in the funeral industry. And then the key is here, circular economy, because we are not just us. We need to see in a holistic way. We are not flat. We need to see from here to see the overview of how the cities are moving, how people are moving, how we can impact, and start building. Then here I will explain so fast, Emerson, the best practice. Then in this case is a funerarian from Serveis Funerari Reus and Baixcamp that we start to do the report of sustainability and check the objective of the Sustainable Development Goals. Then what we do is, first of all, we say what to implement it, because today they have so many things that you can implement it. Then we decided to implement the nation unit, the 10 principles from Global Compact. Then how we report that, we check the different reports that we have today. Then basically we implemented with the sustainable goals. We check all the sustainable goals. We check which objectives this funerarian they are work for them in the different areas, climate, persons. Then we check how we can implement that, step by step. Because, for example, that good place to work, okay? Then how we do that with place to work? Well, people, they have training, these type of things. Then for do that, we use easy compass. This is a methodology that is recognized around the world. And also we are using year standards to make the report. This type of report is like a business plan that you say what you are doing, but you are always focused on sustainability and circularity on your business. And it will change every year. This is the reporting that they are doing from the financials. Then if you are a big company, more than 400 people working with you, then it's mandatory to do it. If you are smaller, it's nice to have and recommended to do it today, just to be in place. But they have another methodologies that I put it in here. One of them you need to pay. The others they are free. That, in my opinion, it makes sense. If once everybody is moving, you need to help also that is moving. Then we have a B Corp, we have ISOs, we have Foretica, and a lot. Huge market on that. Then another is the best practice, the materialized analysis or matrix, they say also. This is really interesting. When you already have the other job done, you check all the points on the company. This is an example. It's not from the funerarian, but it could be, because in the end it makes sense. No? How to shall environment issues they can have, issues, social issues that they can have on the company, economy and government issues. Then you check that, and then you are making tests to your stakeholders and inside the company to see for them which ones they are more important and why. And then, we don't have infinite money to implement everything. Then we start with the most critical for your business. In this case, the critical ones, it was the talent acquisition and retention of people. And the other one, it was the cybersecurity. Some people, they told me, and why you are talking about cybersecurity when you are talking about sustainability? Where is the match? Well, if you already have a RP well designed, everybody knows where they have the information, and you don't repeat the information. Because, every time that we are taking a Wi-Fi, we use CO2 also, It's not for free. Then also people, they are more committed with the company because they know where they have the things. Then you also can control your travels. Then you reduce the CO2, yes? You reduce it because you know. Then all these strategies helps to, and also the information from private information for your clients, because they can have a heart attack and they can destroy your business, because then it's a bad reputation. Then the last one, because I try to be the biggest, smaller, and something a detail that to understand a little bit how you can implement it, You cannot, sometimes you don't have effort to implement everything all, but just to see that small things, they can be bigger. Is the packaging. Then this packaging is a best practice that we do. We make a transformation of all this packaging. It was white, green. They have the instruction sheet, they have label, and they decided that this company, Schneider Electric, is one of the most sustainable companies in the world. From 12 years, they say Global COP. Then is one reference, and I have the honor to work there and make this transition. Then I know what I'm talking about it. Then we decided to use only one ink, be a natural color. The idea is don't spend more than you need. Then we decided to use digitalization because the digitalization, people different, all this, it helps to change also. Because if you are doing the same thing, well, I know that this is really always the same, no? But if you do the same thing always in the same way, you always get the same. Then we use the digitalization. We put all information, instruction sheets, information of the quality, everything there. Then if you need something, you just need to go there, put your language, and you have all the information. Then also the traceability of the product. Today they say the digital passport of the product, because Europe now they want that all products they have the traceability, and the packaging is a product also, and then inside they have another product. Then what we do here is we reduce the cost 3, 4, 5%. Maybe you're thinking it's not so much, but in the end of the day, in the end of the year, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And why? Because we never thinking about packaging, you know. We're thinking about the product that we produce. We give the packaging to our suppliers, primary packaging one supplier, secondary packaging another supplier, and that's all. And we realize that we are over packaging. The secondary boxes, they are not well thinking with the packaging. The designer, when he's designing the product, they are not considering how they will put all that on the box. And this, we spend a lot of money on that. And today it's more optimum, because in the end, like Mies van der Rohe say, no, less is more. Then let's put less, because yes, sustainability and circularity is to reduce as much as possible. If you don't need it, don't use it. Then you save the planet like that. And thank you very much. If you have any question, I'm here around.
Yeah, I think best practice would be that you made this presentation for the states and the communes who pay for the funerals for the poorest, and for the insurance companies, and for all the companies who make what you call transportation of the dead. Because every time they ask us to make a task, they ask us one thing. Guess what?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
The price.
I know.
They only ask for the price, and they choose the cheapest one. And it's not easy to make all that thing.
Well,
and at the same time be the cheapest one. So if you could change this to make the answers a little bit more than the price,
look,
then we could go that way.
No. In the end, maybe you don't need to sell it if it's too expensive for them. Maybe you need to rethink in your product and change the material. Maybe, you know, they have different ways to do. In the end, if every time that we are considering to change, we are thinking it's more expensive, in the end, we never change. It's true that price is a pity. You know, I was working in Schneider as industrial designer. Every time that I design a product needs to be minimum 30% less expensive. and minimum need to have the same use than before. And it's a challenge, but you find ways. If you are measure what you have, I don't know your business, and I don't know, and for sure it's really complicated. But maybe rethinking, okay, this packaging is overweight, and this thinking maybe they can be smaller, you know, it can help. And also it's true that we need to be conscientious, all of us. One of the things that they said in United Nations is that we need also to consider the internal companies, you know, because for that they are pushing a lot with net zero, and if not, you need to make the compensation, because they are pushing that you buy in your area to give. Yes, it sounds strange, no, but to give a future in the area that you are making the business. Then how to do that? Well, this is a challenge that we need to do all together, because if today I'm talking here, doesn't mean that you do all the job. It's everybody needs to do his own job. No, and today the most contaminant business is not the funerarian, you know, it's the textile, it's the construction, it's the energy consumption. This is the ones that they are focused more how they can solve that. Ours, in the end, we are there, you know, when the electricity is more efficient, we will get efficient factories, you know. When the textile, they have some taxonometries that they say you, if you are using that, it's more expensive, you will say to your supplier, look, I cannot offer you, or, you know, you need to pay that because it's for law. Thing is that today the regulation is not yet really well done. They need to challenge. It's like FIFA is trying to do, and she's trying to make regulation internal and then give to the governments and say, look, we can help you in that. We have prescriptions. This is the best practice that you can use to make the regulation on this country.
Nuria, congratulations. I find that in the funeral industry, it is a bit different, in which it's a very familiar industry. And you're talking about very big companies, but there are also smaller companies that cannot engage so much. And you also have multiple generations of people working in the same industry. I think it is a lot more difficult for an older generation to embrace things when they have never done so. And younger generations want everything too fast. So maybe a bridge has to be made in that sense for all this to happen in the future as a common denominator. No?
Totally agree. Then here, what is the most costly is not to make the report, if it's not the transition. How you change the mindset, the culture of a company. This is a challenge, but not. It's a challenge for all companies, but the traditional companies. But I don't think it's for the old generations if it not is the mind of the person. Sometimes you see old people that they are really young, spirit, and they have visionary, and they have young people that no, they're just the young people. They have the push of the society to move in that direction. But it's true, you know, ours, we spend a lot of time to think how we can challenge to make this transition, because it's not easy. And you can see a lot of reports, how they're managing, you know, the coach leader, all these type of things that we need to try. If you are not move, you're not changing. Little by little. And you're small, but in the end, you have the challenge, you know. Every single person is small or is big. It depends how you are feeling you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nuria. Thank you very much. It's certainly thought-provoking.
Last we heard from the EU and BAWA, who's studying it. We were going to get something at the end of last year. They just sent us more derogatories about 3 weeks ago, so I'm not holding out any hope that we're going to hear anything within the next 6 months. So just hold off on getting too excited about what's actually happening in the EU. Anyway, sustainability and the use of formaldehyde. As I listen to the speakers today, I think we've got to take all of this with a grain of salt and incorporate the idea of reality into all of the discussions that we've been hearing about. For all of you that can go back to conferences and conventions and can remember back in late 1990s, the buzzword was go back home when you finish this conference and develop a mission statement. That was the thing we were all told to do. And how many of you did that? And those of you that did, how many of you paid any attention to that mission statement and used what was put into it? And then we were told to go back and pay attention to corporate responsibility. And then we were told after corporate responsibility to start paying attention to social responsibility. And the key word today is sustainability. Actually, about 2 weeks ago, I heard that sustainability is not going to be the buzzword anymore. The new buzzword is going to be nature is going to replace the key word of sustainability. So the words change. You heard about ESG a little bit ago. ESG is not going to be the key word anymore because ESG is being challenged by corporate responsibility, because ESG is not a good term anymore in the investment world. And it's not a good word because ESG requires companies to show where their money gets invested, and a lot of companies don't want you to know what their investment goes into. So for some companies that doesn't quite work, and that goes contradictory to what sustainability is all about. So I think why we talk about sustainability in the context of formaldehyde and embalming, that seems sort of a ridiculous thing to actually even be talking about. But first, let's understand what sustainability is and why it has anything to do with embalming. And sustainability really has to do with embalming because of the fact that when I talk about embalming to certain groups of people, I'm talking about an actual practice of making an incision and injecting. But when sometimes I talk to people about embalming, I'm talking about a much wider, more nebulous concept. And so I think that we need to put this all into our own perspective when we realize what it is that we're trying to address. So sustainability is the ability to maintain or support a process continually over time. And when we realize that that's what we're talking about, it's a little bit easier for us to understand and put it in relationship to the concept that we want to address it toward. So in the context of business and policy, it seeks to prevent the depletion of natural or physical resource, which is exactly what Noria was just addressing. So they remain available for a long or a longer term. And this is what the Biocides Directive is reaching out to. So there are 3 pillars of sustainability, and Noria touched on these. The 3 of them are economy or profit. You're all in business for that. Society and people, those are your families. Environment and the planet. If we look at environment not as the planet, that's the bigger scope, but look at environment as what you work within, either your community, your territory, or your whole state, or your whole country, then that's your environment. And take those all into account, because for each of us, our environment that we work in is a little bit different. So the issues that we're faced with are variables, and the variables are different for every single one of us. And because they are, we have to realize that, because they've been different from the past to the present, and they will be to the future. And if we don't recognize that, we set ourselves up for failure. And we set ourselves up for failure for a sustainability issue. And we set ourselves up for failure within these three particular categories. So if we look at them from an environment situation or our own working area, from the environment point is for the purpose of the discussion, the planet or our work area has a little bit of a variable here, but it's affected by the changes within its environment or where we're at. And other than that, what it's affected by is what goes on within it. And it's within that area, and the result of everything that goes on there is how we are affected by it. So our environment is affected by us, and we're affected by it. And if we can control that or sustain it, then we can control our environment. The economy, profits are a result of the actions of society or our families, for that matter, or our communities, and the more profit, the greater the result on the environment, sometimes for the better, but most often not. And right now, our economies are not doing very well. That's a good example of that. Society, however, is the greatest of the variables. And I've got an example of that next. And it has the largest effect as to what degree it wants to control the end result of the discussion. By the use of an incomplete but not untruthful fact, and this is the key here, an incomplete but not untruthful fact and figure, misconception can be created in the minds of many and sway them into believing that something is bad when the opposite may be the case, if the whole story was told. And I tell you this because this is an example of what happens, and this is actually one of the reasons why formaldehyde for itself has been at the forefront of so many of the studies that go on within the world. Gus may know this story. This is a story about 865,000 gallons of formaldehyde that is supposedly rolling down the hillside. There was an article in a newspaper in Belfast, Ireland. It started about, I'm going to say maybe 12 years or so ago. It was written by an author in the newspaper, and the author claimed that there was going to be a destruction of the aquifer located in Belfast below the local cemetery, and it was going to be destroyed because all of the bodies that were in the cemetery in Belfast, when they all leaked, all the formaldehyde in these bodies was going to collectively, somehow magically, just pool together and roll down the hillside into the aquifer and destroy all the drinking water in all of Belfast. And believe it or not, this was supported by Queen's University, Queen's College. There was a laboratory technician in the university that took the information and documented it and supported the article. And all of a sudden, this article started making its way around through newspapers and magazines. It became the topic of the BBC in the UK. That's how it came to me first, because they wanted a comment about, could this possibly be true? And so then they came up with the statistics. And the statistics were based on the fact that the average embalmed person is embalmed with 3.5 gallons of formaldehyde per person. So first of all, that figure was wrong because the author did not know what embalming fluid consisted of. So her assumption immediately was that the embalming tank, because it was 3.5 gallons, and she got that figure from a picture that she saw in a catalog and found out that's what the gallons were, and automatically assumed that that tank was 3.5 gallons of pure formaldehyde, and didn't understand what the chemical composition was. Then she multiplied that out by how many people she thought was buried in the cemetery, and figured out then that that equaled about 247,000 people. That's more people than's in Belfast. So she didn't do her figures there right. Now actually, if she really computed that all correctly, that would have made the population of Belfast a bit over 25 million people. That's more than the population of Ireland itself. So in reality, the death rate almost worldwide is a little bit less than 1%. It's about 0.08%. That in reality would have made the population of Belfast about 643,000, which according to a quick Google search last night at 12:30 in the morning told me was, according to 2022's population check, was 643. And that's greater Belfast. That's not Belfast proper. So what the author didn't understand, and when I said earlier, was misconception can be represented as untrue fact or true fact that's not checked. What they didn't want to write about, because they didn't want to give the correct representation, was that of the 3.5 gallons, the actual active ingredient in the 3.5 gallons, which you mix into your solution to give you the actual effective biocide that gives the firming and the preservation that you need, is about, surprise, surprise, 4.5 ounces, or a total of 1% of that 865 gallons. So if you wanted to look at what's really going to roll down that hill that could be considered to be damaging, would be 8,688 gallons, not 865,000. And actually, if it really rolled down the hill by that particular time, most of that 8,688 would be absorbed by the dirt anyway. But what she also failed to realize is that formaldehyde is a natural occurring product, so that if she went out and dug up the dirt outside of her office and had it analyzed, she'd find there would be formaldehyde in the dirt, a natural source anyway. So my point here is that we can find things that we want to find if we look deep enough. We can sustain what we want to when we want to. But if we look hard enough, we will find out what reality actually is. So what are the problems causing our issues? The issues that we face are not just with chemicals. They're with many other things that affect our environment. And they're brought in by many other things that we work with and work with amongst ourselves. For example, we work with hospitals. We actually get more problems from hospitals than we solve. We have to deal with hospital waste. So we need to work with the medical professionals in the hospitals to convince them that it's their responsibility to keep what they generate. Why should we have to take care of it for them? They put it into that person. Why is it our job to take care of They're IV tubes. Why should we be the ones to have to dispose of it on their behalf? All it does is create another problem for us. So we need to work with them to keep the facilities, the product at their facilities, and not give it to us. Embalmers need to start to use better products in their funeral homes and not go to using things that are better because they're cheaper. They think they're better, but in the long run, they're not. And don't think because something is stronger that it's better. I oftentimes use the example that embalmers think, well, you know, I've read and I've heard that a 1 in 10 solution of Clorox bleach is excellent for killing bacteria. So if I use 2 in 10 solution, it's going to kill it twice as fast and twice as good. When actually a 2 in 10 solution of Clorox does a less job because it's not as efficient. 2 in 10 is not going to do as good. In fact, it does worse because 1 in 10 is its optimum capability for bleach. And many times people don't realize that that's why things are on directions. They tell you what the best solution is to use because that's its optimum capability. So don't always think that more is better. We need, I think as Anton mentioned a little bit earlier, we need a globally recognized standard level of embalming. And we have to develop it for the reassurance of both families and practitioners worldwide. And it's long overdue. And it's long overdue because it's harming the reputation of organizations like FIAT IFTA. It's harming the reputations of all of you that do an excellent job at shipping and repatriation. And it harms the really good work of the embalmers that are working hard for you. So that when people that don't follow your own good works are doing shipping outside of your organization, do repatriations, and they do an absolutely terrible job, it falls back onto your reputations as well. And so I applaud the organization that you're stepping up and saying, we need to do better. Today, the other part of the problem that we face, and it's what doesn't help to sustain the concept of the reputation of embalming for what it is. Most governments don't have the slightest idea of what embalming is. They don't know anything about it. They don't know what we do, and most of them don't honestly really care. And that's because they don't want to know about death. They still don't today. And I can tell you that when we first started talking to the German government about the formaldehyde dossier, the chairman of the group that is looking at the formaldehyde dossier looked straight in my eyes and said, I've never been to a funeral where there's been a body at it, and I don't ever want to go to one. And he's in charge of making the decision about whether formaldehyde is going to be approved or not. He said, I've been to funerals where there's been cremated remains and ashes, but I don't know anything about embalming. And the people that are making decisions like this are data-driven scientists. And they're making the decisions totally looking at paper. They don't want to know anything about our profession. They don't want to know anything about anything other than what we submit in paper. And they've met with us twice physically since 2009. And when you go and offer to communicate with them, there's no interest. And that's the sad truth of it. And when you go and you offer to come and communicate, there's not any interest there either. And so if you can get the opportunity to participate with your local governments and offer your knowledge to them, boards of health, local government boards of health, whatever you can do to let them know what it is that you participate in. Even in disaster teams, I can assure you that they don't know anything about disaster planning when it comes to death. And if you can participate in that, try to get onto that, because that is one area where most governments don't have any idea about planning. They don't think about what happens in a disaster because they don't want to think about the fact that there's going to be dead bodies. And hospitals don't want to think about the fact that there's going to be dead bodies. If they did, they wouldn't put their hospital chapels on the 3rd floor away from the emergency department, because they don't want to acknowledge the fact that people die in hospitals. It's also the reason why it wouldn't take a doctor 48 hours to sign a death certificate, because doctors don't want to admit that their patients might die. We are still a death aversion society. And until we as funeral directors start to work and get people to change that attitude, we don't start to sustain our own businesses. And I think those are the problems that we face, and those are the things that we as funeral professionals need to get involved in working on. So sustainability is not just about saving the world, saving nature, and preserving the environment. It's about preserving our own working environment. If we don't do that, we don't have anything else to work in. So yes, sustainability does have a place and a purpose in funeral service. But those are the small areas within our own business that we've got to preserve. Because if we don't have a way to make profit. We don't have a way to keep our own businesses going. We don't have a way to take care of the people that work for us. And remember, the other part of the people are our families. Not the ones that we're serving, but the ones that we have to go home to at night. And if we're not making money, we're not having a way to take care of them either. So those are the place and the purpose in funeral service. That's what we're working for. We did hear today about funeral customs from Atnas Agarov. Unfortunately, I don't think we heard from Maria, but we did hear from Noria. And we heard about a variety of sustainability from her point of view. And we heard about a variety of different ways that we can look at making changes. And yes, she talked about something about a 3 to 5% savings and how we can make changes ourselves within our own businesses. That 3 to 5% doesn't sound like a lot, but we can make minor changes that start to become wider and bigger changes. On Friday, many of you are going to have an opportunity to take the technical tours, and you're going to be able to see the fact that much of what you're going to see wouldn't have been able to be done had there not been preservations of bodies done by various different chemicals. We know they've been done for years. Mummification was a chemical process 2,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. Today we have eliminated many of the harmful chemicals that used to be used. We've gotten rid of many of the phenols. We got rid of arsenic. We got rid of trichloroethylene. That was something that we got rid of within the last 20 years. Trichloroethylene wasn't just used in funeral service. It was used in the dry cleaning business. So it's been eliminated across a wide scope of different businesses. So we've taken strides. We continue to do that in many other chemicals. But the one thing that we have found, and we've worked at this for well over 75 years. I can't say I have. I'm not quite that old yet. I'm working on it. But we've worked at alternatives to formaldehyde. We've still not found one. And it's because formaldehyde is the only chemical known so far to the chemical man that has the capability of cross-linking with proteins in the human body. There is no other chemical that is known that does it effectively, long-term, and as well as it does it. We continue to try to find other things, but nothing does it yet. Because of this, I truly believe that we as funeral service professionals are, meaning funeral directors and embalmers, probably the only group of professionals out there in the professional world that do preserve culture and traditions for their families and have done so past, in the present, and in the future. And I thank you for your time and your thoughts today. Anybody have any questions, comments, anything you'd like to dispute or argue with me? I'm always up for an argument. Any comments? If not,
thank you very, very much, Craig. That was very insightful presentation indeed. But I think that we're going to have our panel discussion now, which you're going to be part of anyway. So I'll just give the microphone to Gus and for you to lead that. Then, Gus, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Craig. A very interesting 20 minutes. And Neria, indeed, before that. So I think the next, we will going to close the conference today with our panel session, and I'm delighted to be able to invite 4 panelists who are going to join me up here at the table. I'm going to start with just a question. I have a few more, but obviously we'd be delighted to take questions, opinions, views from everyone gathered here as well. We do have a roving mic for that as well, I understand. So, Craig, could you join us, please? Thank you. And our third Vice President from Brazil, Marina Cooper, please. And Anton Leonard Sortem, please. We did hear from you earlier this morning. And finally, Dominic Verne from Anubis. That's great. We'll have a round of applause for the volunteers, please. So, in 2005, I was president of the Irish Association of Funeral Directors, and I was asked to go to Brussels with a man called Joe McNamara, who was an embalmer and funeral director in Dublin. And this, Craig mentioned this, the Biocides Directive of 1995, Type 21 or Type 22 product. 22, thank you. All thrown in together with the taxidermy products. Am I right, Craig? And I do remember attending a meeting in Brussels, in the enormous big EU building there. There's many of them. I can't remember which one. And I got a very similar reaction, Craig, that you got when we tried to, in the short time that we had to describe the importance of being able to present a loved one, a deceased, to an Irish family in the correct setting, whether that's at a funeral home or in their own home or somewhere else, and how critically important that was. And he honestly looked at me as if I had 7 heads. I might as well have been speaking a language not known on the planet, because it wasn't to him. So we kind of felt we were talking to the wall completely. And in the end, I think it was me, or it might have been Joe. No, it was Joe, because Joe would handle a lot of the anatomical donation cases for the medical schools in Dublin. There's 3. And he would arrange for the transfer of the deceased into the care of the medical school, anatomy professionals and technicians. And we explained to them, well, you know, it's formaldehyde that allows the doctors to train on the anatomical gifts. And that was the only thing that sunk home. What are the doctors going to train on? The cultural element of the funeral was completely irrelevant to the man. But here we are, and that was 18 years ago. Like I get the impression the debate about it comes in waves. It recedes, it comes back, and in many cases, I'm sure you feel you're repeating yourself many times over. So that's my little version of that story. I know I'm not hogging the microphone here because I know we have time. We have some time. So I suppose I'll start perhaps with you, Anton. Is embalming practice better now than it was even 10 years ago in terms of sustainability? And I use that word under with conditions.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I can speak about my country in Spain, and the answer is definitely yes. No, in one hand, if you look at the facilities, the first mortuary home in Spain was built in the 60s. 2004, they were 600. 2010, they were 1,200. And the last PANASEF review, I think they were more than 2,500 facilities by last year. No? So just in terms of facilities, is a yes. No? Also, education of the professionals is better. Before, they were the doctors making the embalming, and they only cared about the living. They didn't care much about the death, no, and the conditions, so they didn't really care about the techniques. Nowadays, after the 2011, it becomes the professional certificate in Spain for the thanatopraxy. So are the funerals, the undertakers that can take care of the embalming, and they are more careful, you know, because they really love what they're doing, and they know what is important is, to do the embalming, to present the body to the families, no? And also the third part that I also suggest is the products. There is a lot of innovation in the latest years, a lot of effort from the producers to have a better products for a better ending, for a better conditions, no? Final conditions of the disease to be presented, and really some of them are like a magic. It's like, I think there is a nickname for one of them, like the magic purple. Mm-hmm. Yeah. For example, no? in Mexico, there's a lot of use this kind of word, and products also helps to be more sustainable at the end. It's a better use of the products and better techniques and better facilities, no, at the end.
Okay, thank you. And Milena, in Brazil now, I thought Craig made it. Can you hear me? Craig made a very interesting point about medical waste, because this actually, before I attended the meeting here, I had a good chat with our care team. We have 3 full-time embalmers working for us back in Dublin, and they all alluded to the increase in medical waste, effectively a disposal service for the hospitals. Yes. Is this something that you've noticed has obviously always been there, but is this an issue for you at home in Brazil?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, the medical waste is an issue for us also. Like we are talking, it's something that is living for us. That's supposed to be their issues, and it's coming for us to have some solutions. So, and it keep increasing.
Yes, certainly. And Craig, would you feel though that I suppose modern practice is creating also a more embalming waste to a degree, or is that fairly consistent?
No, I think that embalming practice is not creating anything more as far as medical waste is concerned. I think it's actually maybe creating a little bit less. I think the medical waste issue, and for us when I embalm when I'm at home, hospitals will use the excuse that they cannot take anything out of a deceased in case the medical examiner determines that they're going to take custody of the deceased. And the medical examiner is going to want to see what's been put into the deceased prior to their death. So they don't want to disrupt anything. That's their excuse. The other excuse is that they're short-staffed. But once the deceased has gone to the morgue, then there's a morgue tech that releases the body. It would seem as though once they've made the determination that a morgue tech can release the deceased, the morgue tech has the responsibility of doing the release. That morgue tech should take the responsibility of releasing the deceased the way that the deceased came in to the emergency room, which would be without IV bags, without everything, because by then the ME has made the determination they can be released. So there is no more inspection that's going to be done by anybody else. You've now got a release, you've got a death certificate, you've got everything that needs to be done. And it shouldn't be the funeral home's responsibility to get rid of IV bags, cannulas, everything else that's attached by the hospital to that deceased. And it shouldn't be our embalmer's responsibility to remove all of those additional needles and be exposed to additional needle sticks and other things that we've got enough things to worry about without being exposed to additional things that our people shouldn't have to be worrying about.
I mean, perhaps that is a symptom of the crisis in healthcare, certainly in the West.
Yeah.
And if you include morgue techs and technicians and people who staff mortuaries, I know in Dublin, or the Dublin City Mortuary, which would handle a large amount of cases every year, they just cannot get staff to work there. It's practically impossible. There's lots of people who want to be embalmers, actually, in Ireland certainly, but working in a mortuary, no. From the state point of view, right. There's a real shortage, and this is the symptom, isn't it?
I'd be just as happy, honestly, if they would allow us to remove all of those things at the hospital and leave them there. That would be fine. But I don't think I should have to pay the extra amount of money to have 12 IV bags that are still full added into my disposable medical waste once a month.
And it is an astonishing waste of resources.
Sure.
Well. Medical inflation is a geometric progression and will never cease. Maybe that's just we're getting older. So just switching slightly, Dominic, your company Anubis is repatriating many deceased people are all around the world, from different countries to different countries. In what way do you try and assess or manage the embalming sign-off when you appoint someone, a firm, to handle the repatriation at the point of origin, not destination?
So I would like to first tell you I'm not the embalmer, just organize. And the way we try to manage that, first we we check it's the embalming is requested by the law from the country where the person is deceased or by the country of destinations. So it could be complicated sometimes because the practice can be different of the country. And sometimes we have a complaint about the embalming we made in France. Maybe if we repatriate the body to USA. We not really do makeup things like that. So let me know about the equation. We talk about that now. Or we received the question from Emerson, and I think I feel me more at ease because it's, I told you I'm not really embalmer, but to prepare the answers, I received the help of the CPFM and IGCO. I think it's good to answer to the panel. Okay. The first question is: in the modern practice of embalming, more sustainable today than in the past? And also describe the regulatory framework for thanatopraxy in your country. Okay, the answer. Embalming is identified as an external funeral services, considering necessary for funeral under the French law. Like it's mandatory to use the coffin, sometime we can do embalming. They can only be carried out by authorized funeral operators, okay, qualified professional or employees holding a national embalmer diploma introducing in 1996. Before any embalming or thanatopraxy treatment can be carried out, an administration declaration must be submitted to the town hall in the place where the treatment is to be carried out. The declaration must be include name of the professional performing the work, the accreditation, and the products to be used. The treatment must be performed using the fluids approved by the Ministry of Health. The operation must take place in the technical room of a funeral home or mortuary. It's still possible to carry out treatment on a deceased person at home, provided by certain fairly restrictive criteria are met. Certain health precautions are compulsory at home. Medical bed or treatment table for support, room separated to make the embalming from the rest of the home. Minimum ventilation, which can be completely cleaned and sterilized, etc. The waste resulting from embalming procedure is treated in the same way as dustry. Dustry it's waste from healthcare activities with infectious risk and must be disposed on through a specific channel with compulsory monitoring. The practice of embalming is not generally compulsory in France, okay? But it may be strongly recommended in certain specific cases, such as keeping the body at home or a person who has died from a long illness. The practice of the embalming will be prohibited in the event of medical legal problems or when the deceased is suffering from certain transmissible infections, plague, smallpox, cholera, viral hemorrhagic fever, anthrax, rabies, tuberculosis, COVID. And also a question, energy consumptions. Can refrigeration's energy demand and cost be reduced? In terms of energy consumption, we can, it's quite interesting, reduce the thickness of isothermal panel while keeping the same refrigeration unit. Replace defective part to prevent heat leakage, door seals, handle that do not close, seal hermetically, etc. Donc, to adapt installation, particularly refrigeration, unique to suit the regions. Outside temperature and the exposure of the building. Changing practice, allowing a refrigerated table to be connected without a deceased person. Last question it was. In the future, do you see the practice of embalming having a future based on the current environmental concerns? Environmental concerns need to be already being taken into account by some people in order to develop the practice of conservation care. The solution exists, but the challenge lies more in changing attitude and practice to meet this challenge and the increasingly pressing demand of the family. Change in the use of formaldehyde. Okay, sorry. Based products, formaldehyde-based products. Low concentration of the products must be implemented now to prepare the profession for a future ban in the context of a change in certain mortuary practice. Immunizations, aquamations. And to finish, waste production also remains a real challenge.
Thank you, Dominic. And thank you for going through the questions and consulting with the association. Some of that is the near year's 3.5%, isn't it? You know, your costs, your energy costs, your refrigeration, running your mortuary, and it's, you know, even if we weren't discussing sustainability, it's as good business practice anyway. Surely we need to be doing that. And Anton, interestingly, for me, in France, there would appear to be more regulation about embalming than we have, because we don't have any in Ireland. Can you discuss that, the Spanish the experience about regulation and how do the authorities view the embalming profession?
Well, it's a good question. It has been a lot of development in regulation by people who doesn't understand about embalming. So, well, in general, it has been an effort. As I said, in 2011 was the first professional certification for embalmers, you know, for thanatopraxy, the use of thanatopraxy, you know, and that's really has been a good thing, and has bring more interest in the practice by the professionals and by the funeral homes, you know, in having more educated people working in this area, you know, but still there is a lot to do on that. About the mortuary policy, well, I suppose like in many countries, it's very old, and it's very difficult to make the governments to pay attention on that and change. You know, probably a few changes will come over soon. In Catalonia, for example, there are new changes coming over very soon. I think this year or next year it will be. No, on that. And it's very important because there is a lot of technology, new technology and new products in the market that really makes change the scenario of how the things that can be done. No? And it's very important that happens. But in the state of Spain, it's not going to happen soon, I believe. No? And as I was talking this morning regarding education inside of the funeral homes, but there is a lot to do. And I think there are organizations like FIAT IFTA that should take part on that, you know, and help, because it's like different associations going, you know, there is the European Association of Embalming, that they meet many times to talk about that, but they have not really representation at all And they need also the companies to work together to do something about that. And I think it's very important to that. But still a lot to be done. A lot to be done.
Thank you. Thank you. Milena, again in Brazil, in terms of oversight from the state, regulation, how is that? How do you experience that in Brazil? Or are you a bit like us in Ireland where there is none?
Actually, in Brazil, it's very restricted, the Tanato praxis. We have each facility, each funeral home needs to have their own biologic filter. And we have visits from the sanitary authority each 6 months to update the license. So it's very picky. It's very hard to keep the license. And the different thing that we have in Brazil is the funeral happens really quickly after the death. So after the death, we have around 3 hours to start the funeral service, the rituals. So it doesn't, the Tanato praxis is very fast. And we do not use too much formaldehyde because the service will happen very quickly. After the death, 24 hours after the death, the body will be cremated or go to the cemetery. So the whole process is very quickly. But of course, for embalming or travel, Brazil is a huge country, so we travel a lot with the body. And so for the embalming, we use, of course, more formaldehyde. But about the authority and the license, it's very, very, very picky.
Thank you, thank you. And of course, stateside, it's, highly developed, I would feel, compared to practically everywhere else.
Pretty much.
And I mean, there's part of you would think that's a great thing, and maybe there's another part of you go, maybe not.
It is regulated. It is, all of the states have licensing requirements. All of them have them for funeral directing and for embalmers. In some states, like in my state in Massachusetts, it's a dual license. So in order to be a funeral director, you have to be an embalmer. That's not the case in all states, but many of the states are that way. So yes, it's for some, they may think it's over-regulation. In some states, a funeral home can own a crematory. In other states, a funeral home can't own a crematory. It's only a cemetery that can. So it's a variety of patchwork in some of them. But on the other side, in the UK, just for example, Scotland is getting very close to regulation for licensing. They now have 2 inspectors in the country that travel the country inspecting funeral homes. They now have a licensing scheme that's about 18 months away from being put into place. The UK is close to reviewing rules and regulations, probably within the next 24 months or so. The UK has just recently put into place the medical examiner rule and regulation, which will kick into place, which is brand new for them. That's going to change things quite a bit. They're actually re-looking at going back to the online death registration system that they had during COVID, which will change the way of a family having to go into a local registrar to do registration, which will be a plus. That's going to speed things up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a more bureaucratic system, certainly, than we would have just across in our little island, and it probably leads to quite a big cultural difference between how funerals are approached, certainly between Ireland and England. I'm just checking on our time, Emerson. Okay, so I'm going to open up the discussion to the floor, So if you have a question or just want to make a point, if you could raise your hand, please. Thanks, Emerson. And just for the meeting, if you could just announce who you are and where you're from. Not that they don't already know.
You'll be glad this isn't karaoke. Okay. User error. Andrew Judd from the United Kingdom. Apologies, Greg, I had to go and deal with something, so I don't know if you've covered the work that the NAFD have done on picking up the pieces, but I think it would be helpful. We have a major infrastructure problem at the moment in the United Kingdom, the culmination of which is placing considerable delay from the date of death to the date of funeral. And at worst, that is in excess of 4, in some cases 5 weeks. Now, our 5-year average death rate is ahead, bearing in mind that that's got 2 years of COVID. So we're seeing an elevated death rate, but obviously during COVID, the throughput, as it was described, was much quicker because funerals were happening more quickly and unsatisfactorily, but they were easier for funeral directors to deliver. So what we are now faced with is an increased death rate and deceased being in storage for a much longer time. Now that causes problems for the hospitals. It causes problems for the coroners and the procurator fiscal in Scotland. Those problems are compounded with a complete shortage of pathologists in the UK. So there is no room in the hospitals for deceased people. They are full. And the issue at the funeral directors is repeated, because the deceased are with the funeral directors much longer than they were. There are a whole number of stages in the death pathway that are contributing to what we believe will be a perfect storm. And ultimately, we're all here to improve the outcome for bereaved people. And in many cases, people are having to wait an unacceptable time, not only to secure the funeral arrangements, but also to receive information about what's happening. Picking up on Greg's point, he's absolutely right about Scotland, and we are working with Scottish Government. The concern that we have as funeral directors, and I'm actually in Edinburgh next week talking to the Scottish Government about this, is that through the regulation, there will be a greater burden placed on the funeral directors to pick up the problem, particularly storage, but there are other problems. So the regulation shouldn't solve a problem on one side of the coin and create a problem on the other side of the coin. And we don't want it to be prohibitive to smaller businesses or to new start businesses. It has to be proportionate. So I just wanted to share that with you. There is a major storage problem in the United Kingdom at the moment, and some of the hospitals are now charging funeral directors, in some cases, £300 English per day if they have not collected a deceased that, picking up on Greg's point, they feel was clear. So I'm sure in isolation those problems are not unique to the United Kingdom, but we have a number of different government departments that are not necessarily talking to each other. And as a trade association, we find ourselves running around trying to join up the dots and picking up the pieces. I will share, Emerson, with your permission, that report, because it might be of interest to people here today. But I just wanted to share a little insight from the UK.
And thank you. And from a sustainability point of view, this has a cost, because you're going to have to construct more refrigeration and to do this.
That is certainly one option. The other part of that is that in order to do that, you need to have, again, the option, the capability of doing that. And the ability to do that within the UK to solve Andrew's issues isn't there. The facilities aren't there to do what he needs. And not because I want to sell embalming fluid, but to answer one of the questions that you have, that is one of the solutions. But that also needs to be addressed from another point of view, because embalming isn't a concept that all funeral directors in the UK grasp. There are funeral directors that in the UK just don't offer embalming as an option. And it's just something they're reticent to do. And it's not, I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. That's just not their practice. And it's not something that they will do within their own practice. You can talk yourself blue in the face, they still will not do it. It's just not what their funeral home offers. And yet, and I can prove to them without a doubt that an embalmed body can stay outside of refrigeration, well treated, for 10 months without any problem, with no refrigeration, properly cared for on a regular basis.
I know, because that's what we rely on when we're busy.
Yes, and that could be a solution to the problem. But again, it's an education issue and it's a training problem. And it goes back to why, to some degree, there needs to be some level of education and training within countries to funeral professionals, so that they get that as part of their requirement to get into practice, so that they understand the value and the purpose of even minimal levels of duty of care.
Thank you.
I just want to support Craig's words, saying that one of the things I try to convince the funeral homes in Spain is that if they embalm the bodies, if they go through that process more often, they will save a lot of money in energy. Right. Because at the moment they need to use a refrigerator space to put the deceased on. And so they are wasting a lot of energy on that process in the funeral homes. While if you embalm the body, you give a better service also, professional service, a better looking of the deceased, and you don't need the refrigeration of the energy that you are wasting on that. So,
yes, you would think it would make a lot of sense. I think probably we've time for one more question. Do we have any further hands in the air? We'll give 4 seconds of time for someone to think about it. Okay.
Just to close the circle on, I absolutely agree about the education piece. In the UK, it's the exception now for a funeral to be arranged by an embalmer, by someone who embalms. It's quite unusual for the embalmer to be the same person that makes the promises, takes the instruction from the family. And my experience over the last 30 years has been that people's knowledge and understanding of the benefits of embalming is dissolved. And that's absolutely something that we need to do, because if you don't believe in something and you don't understand it, you can't extol the virtues of it to your clients. So that's part of the problem that we see. And just picking up on the point, there are lots of funeral directors that don't offer embalming because they can't access embalmers or they don't believe in it. But there are some companies now in the UK actively promoting that they don't embalm and describing it in quite barbaric and unprofessional, and I think anxiety-building ways for the bereaved people, so that they think, actually, I don't want my loved one to be embalmed because that's what you do to them. So we have a big education, and it feels to me that that's not a United Kingdom problem, but it's something that Fiat IFTA can help sharing knowledge and best practice to educate the sector before they can educate their clients.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to the International Secretary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for the moment. I'm sure that we very pleased with our panel discussion. Thank you very much for all the panelists. And I think that's the discussion and even the suggestion that Craig gave during the presentation to maybe to have an embalming body within Fiat IFTA that could help the organizations, film directors all over the world to raise the standards or to standardize the standards of embalming around the world would be a fantastic idea that we need to work on. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for your great insight on this panel discussion as well. Okay. And thank you, obviously, Gus, for being the moderator for this discussion as you did last year. I think it's becoming a bit of a tradition, I'm afraid. So thank you very much for that as well. Okay, I think that concludes then our day in terms of ICD and then conference. And thank you all for being part of it. We are a bit shorter in numbers. I think some people may be getting some sun outside. Maybe that is the reason why they're not here. But thank you all. And now, in terms of housekeeping, we have our gala dinner tonight. And the program, what time, Mr. Argerov? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. And the gala dinner, to reach the hall where the gala dinner is going to take place, you go on this floor, okay, you go through the restaurant, and then at the end, you have the doors to reach. Then our gala dinner is starting at 8 p.m. So you have some time now to relax a bit. Thank you very, very much indeed.